We tryna get you old now, viral online.
Truthful lies, say it loud, say it clear. Left the streets when you need you here. Quarters of vision, fit your focus, kids. Break generational suffering. Truthful lies, say it loud, say it clear. Left the streets when you need you here. Quarters of vision, future focus, kings. Break generational suffering.
We don't profit off death. We don't clap for destruction. We here to build men,
Not bury boys.
not bury boys.
Truth over lies.
Another young life lost to street violence. Yeah. This ain't entertainment. This is an intervention. If the truth hurt your feelings, it probably needed to be said.
Yeah, truth over lies. We don't glorify pain. After streets, tryna break them chains. Quarter zip mindset, grown man talk. Lead the YNs before they chalk line walk. Truth over lies, this real, no cap. No crash outs, no throwaway stats. OG's back, put order in place. Say to youth, after streets, after case, yeah. I seen talent die for Instagram stare. YNs chasing cloud, no plan, no prayer. Street code outdated, nobody wins. Same block, same cycle, same pen. They selling dreams, but it's really a trap. Labels love bodies, they don't love blacks. We need leaders, not shooters with aim. Need fathers in homes, not candles in names. Quarter zip weather, modern legacy. Talk money, discipline, equity. I ain't judging, I'm correcting course. Truth hit hard, but it's safe. Truth over lies. We don't glorify pain. After streets, tryna break them chains. Quarter zip mindset, grown man talk. Lead the YNs before they chalk line walk. Over lies. We don't glorify pain. After streets, tryna break them chains. Quarter zip mindset, grown man talk. Lead the YNs before they chalk line walk. OG talk, pull a chair, sit down. Ain't no honor in a jailhouse gown. They told you drill was the way to shine. But the real killer's time and fine. They cheering when you crash out young. Then forget your name when the sentence come. We ain't anti-culture, we anti-death. Anti-mama crying, anti-breath, last left. You wanna be a man, build something real. Stocks, trade, skill set, something you can feel. After streets ain't hate, it's level spine. We tryna get you old, not viral online. Truth over lies, say it loud, say it clear. After streets, we need you here. Quarter zip vision, future focused kings. Break generational suffering. Truth over lies, say it loud, say it clear. After streets, we need you here. Quarter zip vision, future focused kings. Break generational suffering.
We don't profit off death. We don't clap for destruction. We here to build men, not bury boys.
Truth over lies.
Truth over lies. Truth over lies.
We see through the disguise. They keep us distracted while the world's on a fire.
Truth over lies.
Global games ain't playing. If we don't stay focused, we'll never get our land.
They talk world peace,
while they loading the weapons. Same script, different villains, same global direction. US pointing fingers that is well on screen, but the real war invisible, messing with minds of the people we see. scene. They say pick a side, red or blue, while the money keep printing and the truth stay new. Black folks caught in the middle of a chessboard play. Entertainment distractions keep us arguing all day. They don't want unity, they want noise. They don't want leaders, they want angry boys. Scrolling, debating, beefing online. While rapper put action get better than the headline.
Truth over lies.
They selling fear on the news. If we don't see the pattern, we'll keep falling for the rules.
Truth over lies.
Same empire, new face, distracted people. Never win the race. They weaponize conflict, divide the globe.
Sanction, invasion, money controls, but tell Black America to stay entertained while generational path never got reclaimed. Reparations ain't charity, it's a debt. Stolen labor, stolen land, don't forget. They want us beefing over nonsense and cloud, while the real conversation never comes out. Peace ain't possible without truth involved. You can heal a wound you refuse to resolve, so we stand locked in, eyes wide open, no distractions. We decoding what's spoken. Focus. They want us blind, unfocused. We too young to be hopeless. No more smoke screens, no more circus shows. Truth over lies.
They selling fear on the news. If we don't see the pattern, we keep falling for the rules. Same empire, new face, distracted people. Never win a race. Mr. Walker, truth over lies. World politics. Black focus, no distractions.
Another young life lost to street violence. Yeah, this ain't entertainment, this is intervention. If the truth hurts your feelings, it probably need to be said.
Truth over lies, we don't glorify pain. At the streets trying to break them chains. Quarters zip mindset, grown men talk. Lead the YNs before they chalk line walk.
Truth over lies, we don't glorify pain. At the streets trying to break them chains. Quarters of mindset, grown man talk. Lead the YNs before they chalk line walk.
Truth over lies, this real, no cap, no crash outs, no throwaway stats, OG's back, put order in place. Say to you, left the streets, left the cave.
Yeah, I seen talent die for an Instagram stare. Wine chasing clout, no plan, no prayer. Street code outdated, nobody wins. Same block, same cycle, same pens. They selling dreams, but it's really a trap. Labels love bodies, they don't love blacks. We need leaders, not shooters with aim. Need fathers and homes, not candles and names. Quarter zip weather, mind on legacy. Talk money, discipline, equity. I ain't judging, I'm correcting course. Truth hit hard, but it save you more.
Truth over lies, we don't glorify pain. If the streets trying to break them chains. Quarter zip mindset, grown man talk. Lead the YNs before they chalk line walk.
Yeah. OG talk, pull a chair, sit down. Ain't no honor in a jailhouse gown. They told you drill was the way to shine, but the real killers is time and fines. They cheering when you crash out young, then forget your name when the sentence come. We ain't anti-culture, we anti-death. Anti-mama crying, anti-breath, last left. You wanna be a man, build something real. Stocks, trade, skill set, something you can feel. If the streets ain't hate, it's love with the spine. We tryna get you old now, viral online.
Truth over lies, say it loud, say it clear. If the streets when you need you here. Quarters of vision, fit your focus, kids. Break generational suffering. Truth over lies, say it loud, say it clear. If the streets we need you here. Quarters zip vision, future focus kings. Break generational suffering.
We don't profit off death. We don't clap for destruction. We here to build men.
Not Berry Boys.
Not Berry Boys.
Truth over lies.
Welcome. Live Tuesday, Truth Over Lies, brought to you by Cart Before the Horse Productions. How you feeling today, Mr. Walker?
Yes, sir. I am feeling freaking-tastic per usual. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, El Nug Nugs and Le Bonquishas. Welcome to Cart Before the Horse, Truth Over Lies, in affiliation with the Bougie Negro Podcast, and also, as all you Negroes know, in association with Ain't No Fun Once the Rabbits Got the Gun Entertainment. What's going on with you this fine Truth Over Lies Tuesday?
I got beans and bologna. Yeah.
Welcome in, Truth Over Lies family. Also, the people watching over at Cart Before the Horse. All right, we'll be simulcasting this one. It should be a great show. Hit the like button.
No matter which channel you watching from, no matter if you like Truth Over Lies or Lies Over Truths, come one, come all, this fine March 24th, 2026. Gavin X and I are very much still in the mix, reporting live to you jive chickens with Truth Over Lies. Welcome in, god dang it.
In the big name of Jesus, you hear me?
So we here tonight. We gonna cook up. Y'all see the thumbnail. We talking about what's black. FBA versus everybody. Is unity a lie?
What's black? Black is when you drive an all-black Cadillac, banging down the streets with 12-inch subs in the back. Enough bass to put you in ICU. Guaranteed to be a ninja moment when I see you. That's black. Ignorance, madness. That's my take.
Man. Yeah! So here we are, folks. What's black? We're going to get to the bottom of it. We plan on dropping the link here later tonight because I'm sure y'all going to have some input. I see Sister Ebony Dean in the chat. Let us know if you want to come up, sister, because this one here right up your alley.
Woo! What's black? How is this a debate? How Sway? How Willie Lynch? Jim Crow? Reverend Cole Conk? I gotta salute y'all because y'all work still reigns supreme today. We still fighting amongst one another. Now we don't know where is black. I'm here for it.
So what's black? It's a lot. We gonna mine through some of this. It's been so much going on in the world, in the black spaces, but we're gonna tackle this here today because it's a lot.
Listen, I remember it's a good question. I hate that it's a good question because I recall, I think it was up in this manosphere space. Somebody asked the question, why are you proud to be black? And that's definitely a part of what makes you black. If you ain't proud of your blackness, then you ain't black. There we go. We getting somewhere because folks didn't know what they was proud of. I got answers. I know what I'm proud of: the good, bad, the ugly, the gifts, and the curses. Yeah, you got to be proud of it. If you ain't proud to be black, then you ain't black.
Straight like that.
Straight like that, straight like that, straight like that, straight.
So, Sister Ebony Dean, check your email. All right, I see you say you're ready. So whenever you're ready, you can definitely come up, and we about to cook.
I know she is. Salute to our freedom riding sister, Ebony Dean. Cut the check.
So we're going to slow walk this one. All right. FBA versus everybody. I'm going to bring this up. A lot of this content is going to be coming from the 154 podcast. That is Godfrey, his buddy. And I see they be having, a lot of conversations about this stuff.
Shout out to the brother Godfrey. One of my favorite comedians. Ain't gonna hold you. Super funny. I know y'all probably ta-da. I know, I get it. But he do a lot of, I like him. I think he's funny. I think he's crafty. However, I got a little critique. He is very rage baity. Very rage baity. But shout out to his one segment, Leave Black People Alone. It is funny.
So here we go. Listen, a lot here. Hit the like button.
The Civil Rights Bill is the reason why our parents got to come over here. 1964, Lyndon Baines Johnson, who was one of the most racist son of a bitches on the planet, had to sign that civil rights. But Martin Luther King is sitting right next to him.
Right. Yeah.
So that is the reason why Koreans can come here. Koreans, Indians, Arabs, Nigerians. It's because of the Civil Rights Bill. Right. It's because of African Americans, foundational black, coming in here, busting their ass, being treated like shit, being hung, lynched. Jim Crow from slavery was Jim Crow, segregation, Reconstruction, being promised that they were going to get this, fighting every war. They've been, black people fought in every single war and still being disrespected, not being able to buy homes. You understand? Burning up of black towns. And people go, well, why ain't they? They saw opportunities. There were black Wall Streets. There were black banks, black hospitals, and they came and burned it.
Black excellence.
They came and burned it because a white woman said somebody raped them, and they never did because a white woman lied.
So let's stop him for a minute. Although, Godfrey is not FBA, he does, support the movement, if you will. So he understands the delineation of it all and what black folks in this country been through. A lot of people become prisoners of the moment. It's 2026. All right, we got AI and chat GTP, and people think everything is so easy, but it's not true.
Not at all. And salute to the brother for making a point I have just recently heard being made up here in this space. And that is the sacrifice, the Willie lynching, the all of the segregation, all those things that we fought against and got to change. Everybody else that's coming across boat, plane, and train, they are benefiting from that. And I get it. We want them to at least acknowledge it, right? Because that would be fair. Life ain't fair. I get it. I agree. But you know what? America, our buddies here, they ain't acknowledge it. And then the foreigners ain't going to acknowledge it. Like Muhammad Ali said, our fighting with other folks is with these mother suckers right here.
That part. Here we go.
So this whole myth of African Americans not seeing opportunity, they did see opportunity, but you imagine, just like colonization in Africa, but imagine everywhere you go, someone is running you out of town, someone's trying to kill your son from going to school. Yeah. So it's African Americans see opportunities, but the way the ghettos, first of all, you know where the word ghetto comes from, right? It's an Italian word.
Okay.
And there was the island of Ghetto in Venice where they kept Jewish people. That's where ghetto comes from. They kept Jews on the island of Ghetto in Venice, kept them there like a ghetto. And then it transferred over to America because everybody was in the ghettos at one time.
Right.
Italians, Irish, and every black person wasn't a slave. There were black people that were here in America already. They were already here. They were not, I know some black people that are like, I'm not a descendant of slaves. We were already here. You know that black people were already here. Black people already traveled to, yeah.
And that's some people can't even fathom. Folks be like, no, they wasn't here. Or they would say it's the $5 Indians or whatever. But, there was folks here. If y'all watch some of the documentaries from all this time, there are artifacts throughout the globe, down in Mexico, all throughout America. You go into the West Coast, there's evidence that we have been here a long time.
I've been said it. It's documented. I know I was here. You ain't putting the spirit that resides in me. You ain't putting me, none of my folk on no daggone boat. Absolutely impossible. Yeah, this is passed down through DNA. Now, I didn't create this. The ancestors created this. And I'm telling you, I decree on this day, March 24th, 2026, ain't none of my family got on no ship by force, by bribe, none of that. Salute to the brother Godfrey. Yeah, a lot of us was here. But now we got to take back our land. We got to take back what's ours. Reparations.
Like, see, for this, what?
Yeah.
All over the world. We were already, our black presence is everywhere.
Yeah.
Mexico, go to Mexico. You see black, Oaxaca, Mexico, 200,000 Africans, there's black Mexicans in Oaxaca. There's Oaxaca restaurants in LA. Oaxaca, Mexico, black Mexicans. And Mexicans actually helped slaves, black slaves back in the day in the 1800s. They helped slaves. That's why when you see Mexicans and blacks clash, I go, you don't know your history. They don't know the history.
And if you remove
Mayate. What? Do you know the history of us? You helped black slaves back in the day, but they make sure they shut all that shit down so they don't. So this doesn't happen.
Keep all that fighting.
If this happens, game over.
Yeah, that's true. Unity. That's why the question of tonight, is unity a lie? I mean, that's a big thing we're trying to figure out. Welcome up, Sister Ebony. Is it a lie? We're going to be getting into it here.
Hey, guys.
Welcome in, sister.
Thank you. Yeah, so I'm just kind of coming in. What were you guys just saying? Because I was logging into my email and stuff.
I was looking up here a connection here between the different races. Like Goffy was saying, the connection, the relationship that the persecuted Native Americans, us African Americans, prisoners of war. I don't like to say the S word. I call them prisoners of war because that's what they were. There are connections. Again, salute to the movie Sinners. And this is one of the real reasons I like to look at our lineage, because I like to draw connections. Me personally, we definitely need to realize who we are and be able to, have a distinct title, FBA, shout out to that. At the same time, I like the connections. And I love the connection between African Americans, Native Americans, us, and the Irish. Shout out to the movie Sinners. Like, there's a real connection there. We went through similar conditions at times, being cheap or, free labor, and we bonded a lot. We made it a lot, and a lot of us are black and Irish. I'm like 17% Irish. I found out via DNA test, but that's why I like looking into those ancestry deals to see how we connect. Like Godfrey is saying, there's a lot of history that should bring us together, not separate us.
Right. And with the Irish and all the other Europeans that came over, when they came over or whatever, they were put in the ghettos with us. They were not considered white until way later on. And so the difference, I think, with us and the Irish is that, they were technically indentured servants, and then they eventually did get a form of reparations. Okay. They got a check. And so that is the difference. But we were all together and we all mingled, especially down like in the Caribbean. That's where like the Irish and all that and other European countries, they mix and mingled with them as well. So that's why they have like their inflection in the way that they talk has Irish influence to it. Yeah. So yeah, it's a big thing. Because when they came over, like I said, they were not considered white until way later on.
There you go.
So, yeah.
You go. And he just said something here about the Mexicans and whatnot. So I'm going to pull this video up. All right. I know a lot of y'all don't like this character here, but the amazing Lucas. All right. I'm going to let him cook.
So I came across this video applies, which has since gone viral, of him asking the Latino community a question. He wanted to know, hey, whether or not they identify more with white people or they identify more with black people, because he was always under the impression that, black people were at the hip, jointed at the hip with Latino people. And, he's, asking questions because he doesn't know anymore. He thought he knew, but now he doesn't know. And so he's asking these questions to the Latino community.
Just real quick, but this to my Latino brothers and sisters that follow me on here. I'm trying to get y'all to educate me on something. I'm being dead ass serious. I ain't even being funny. I'm trying to see kind of what y'all feel. I'm trying to let y'all educate me on it because I don't want to be viewing y'all the wrong way. So I'm trying to figure out, do y'all feel like y'all align more with black folk, or do y'all feel like y'all align more with Caucasian? Like, and the reason I say that is because when I used to hear black and brown people, and I always thought we was like jointed to the hip. Like I always thought we was the black folk, Latino, brown, So I always thought we kind of shared some of the same struggles, same hardships, same, just, we were similar.
Wake up, nigga.
I really.
And that part, wake up. Now let's go back to Plies. even though what Godfrey just said, could be true, they may have helped hundreds of years ago. Today, in modern times, there ain't too many folks that are fond of Black Americans. Like this, it really is. A lot of people know our struggle. People are not ignorant to the slavery and everything that happened. Everybody across the globe know our struggle. And also they've been fed a false image of us thanks to people like Plies, and they think we all are rappers and ignorant or whatever the case. So it's a lot of misconceptions.
And here we go. This is the big difference, because as I said, and Sister Ebony Dean touched on, the difference in our struggles with other prosecuted folks was folks may be oblivious to, ignorant to, or just turn a blind eye to the psychological and chemical warfare that was done to us on this land. We weren't just indentured servants. It wasn't just that simple. No, the hate was driven into our DNA and bone marrow. That's the difference. That's why there's still so much remnants of Jim Crow, Willie Lynch, Reverend Cole Conk, because it was a lot of psychological just torment. And the Irish, they didn't go through what we went through. Respectfully, the Sicilian Italians, they didn't go through what we went through. Respectfully, the small hats, that's another story, but they for sure didn't go through what we went through. So that's the difference.
Yeah, and with the whole Black and Brown coalition, I think that is definitely, it's been proven to be a myth, because like when they come over here and stuff, they identify as Caucasians. They don't even identify as, as Mexican or whatever. They identify as Caucasian, and it is what it is. I think we have always thought of it to be a coalition, just because all the Mexicans and people from other South American countries have come over, and also with the Africans and people from the diaspora that came over, we were thinking that they would come over and help with the fight. And that just wasn't the case. They came over and, were very much for themselves, which it is what it is. But we just can't act like there's just like a coalition with everybody, because everybody is not on board. We saw that with a lot of the protests and everything. When it comes time for people to fight for our issues, everybody's in the background. But then when all the stuff happened with the deportation, now everybody's looking for us, and okay, well, where are the Black people? Well, where were y'all, a few years ago when we needed you guys? So we're just starting to see the distinction, and that is where the delineation is coming from. Do we have great brothers and sisters from Mexico and from the diaspora and other countries? Absolutely. And we love you guys, and we want to continue to build with you guys, or what in everything, but we just have to be honest. It's not a majority type thing. They're not all on board with a lot of our issues, and it is what it is.
And I was going to say, a lot of folks will use us. They will use us as crash outs for their fights. They will use us as stepping stools and whatever the case, and they make us feel good the whole time until they done using us.
And here's the thing. They do it via the only connection we got. Trauma bond. That's what we have. It's a trauma bond. And whenever they getting deported or whatever's going on, then they invoke that trauma bond. Hey, FBA folks, look what they're doing to us. This is an us thing now. And we are nice to a fault. And then we go with it every time.
Right. And then they try to bring up the fact that a lot of the slaves, how during slavery, Mexico let some of the slaves come down into Mexico and live and be free. So they try to bring that up, which is okay. We did go down there and we were free over there or whatever, but we're talking hundreds of years ago. What have you done for me lately? Just like the Janet Jackson song. Let's talk about stuff that's happened within the last 50 years. What have y'all done? And that's where we're at with it.
Open up some of that land. Yeah, make some of that available to us. We'll move down there, a little infrastructure. I'm with it. Yeah, y'all with it. What y'all? We let y'all come. Man, I'm so tired.
Yeah.
We were similar.
Wake up, nigga.
I really want to break this down. Even though y'all are not gonna like my answer. All right, I'm just gonna let you know, some of y'all are gonna get triggered and be upset. Listen, when it comes to the whole Black and Brown coalition, I try to do my due diligence into that and where it originated and all this, but it has never been a thing. to what many people think, especially not any jointing of the hip. That is goofy talk. Even when you look at the word coalition, fam, coalition is temporary. Do you not understand how stupid black people look talking about a black and brown coalition in 2026, fam? Beta. Coalition is temporary. It's a temporary alliance for a specific goal. Now, the question you have to ask yourself is, what has the coalition given black people? And I would argue nothing. That's what I would argue, okay? There has not been, historically, from my understanding, any type of black and brown coalition that its primary goal was to empower black people. I'm unaware of that, okay? You tell me, even when...
And that's why I just said a second ago, a lot of people will use us as a stepping stool or as a shield for their fight. They've used us as a shield to take all the blows while they get through unscathed. And here we are. They benefit the most from some of this stuff.
Absolutely not. Come on now, it's 2026. So many folks are selfish. This is a time to be selfish. Selfish when it comes to doing something that's going to benefit us specifically / FBAs as a group. Now it's time to be selfish. We got to look at our history. How the old saying go? How am I the in-house historian? If we don't study history, we are doomed to repeat it. Look at what they did with feminism, sisters. Look at what they did. They don't mind pulling us out of our homes to go fight. They fight. They keep doing it.
Right. And even like if we think about everything in a broader spectrum, especially when it comes to jobs and everything, all of the jobs that a lot of the Mexicans and people from south of the border came over to do, we were already doing those jobs, and we were trying to get a livable wage after slavery and everything. So when they came over and started undercutting and doing things for the low and coming over, whether it was legally or illegally, it still affected us. And a lot of times they say, well, you guys don't want to do these jobs. No, we want to do the jobs, but we want to get paid a livable wage. We're not doing it for crumbs, and we're not doing it for pesos for you to send back to your wife and kids down in Mexico. So yeah, we have a standard up here, or in this country, and it is what it is. So that lazy talk, we're lazy. No, we want to be paid what we're worth, because we built this whole entire country.
When we look at any type of coalition movement, from my understanding, the little bit of history that I know, when you look at any type of movement that was founded, it was always founded by a black person. And then the black person, would always say, hey, we're in this together. We're all in this together. We can look at Martin Luther King Jr., the Poor People's Campaign. Hell, you can even extend that to Civil Rights Campaign. We can look at Fred Hampton. The Rainbow Coalition. This was all very much encompassing. Hey, we got this. Let's do this together. You can go so far as the Black Panthers. Hell, I was mistaken to think that it was all about black. These people were, hey, about the community. Hey, we got to do this together. So when you look at all of the coalitions that have been formed, it's been mainly and exclusively started by black people.
We? Who's we?
I'm unaware of any Latino coalition that was formed, even when it comes, whether it's Chicanos, whether it was, I forgot the other group, but they teamed up with Fred Hampton, okay? A lot of these people hopped on the bandwagon to form this black and brown coalition, but their purpose was always for their empowerment. So if they could help you to achieve their empowerment, then yes, there was a coalition. There was a temporary alliance. Unfortunately, this is something that I always recommend black people to read, is Post-Traumatic Slave Syndrome by Dr. DeGroy. There's a book that really enlightened me, but it goes to this just, I guess I won't say fundamental flaw, but for someone who doesn't think like this is a flaw to them. Because any time that we have made it, we've always looked out. Hey, you can come on. Hey, let's do this together. We're in this together. It has always been this sense of community.
Yeah, that's been going on since colonial times over in Africa, or whatever the case. It's always been a welcoming spirit, been kind and nice, and that's why I don't have that spirit, because I'm aware of it. I got a spirit of, let me see who you is. All right, let me do the facts on you. I ain't just gonna let you in, because I know what's been going on.
That's fair. I like to bring in real world experiences to this, lived experiences. I experienced this dynamic in college when we had our parties after games, on campus. If it was, a party that was 99.9% black, those one or two white folks was welcome. They was actually became like the life of the party. Make sure they felt welcome. But if I happen to stumble my big old 295-pound black self up into some majority white place, they was gonna call the police, tell them I was outside bursting tires, and the police was gonna come make me leave. That's being very specific with no burst tires in sight. So yeah, we be too inviting to a daggone for. I agree. Yeah, I ain't even gonna have no rebuttal. I agree, Mr. X.
Yeah, and right now we're just to a point where we're looking at your FBA facts. Okay, you're gonna have to bring all your, what have you done for us? Like I said, we're looking at the paperwork. We're checking hairlines. We're checking your past and seeing where you're coming from. Because just because you can put on a fly little outfit, or you do your hair a certain way, or even if you're laid up with so and so, that doesn't mean that we're automatically inviting you to the barbecue. You need to do stuff in order to come to this barbecue. So we're just doing a more thorough check these days, and that's just where we're at.
I like that. FBA facts.
That's it. And shout out to Mr. Wilson. He says, "Hi, everybody. Love you, SBC Nation. Happy birthday to Pastor Leon." Didn't know it was his birthday. Happy birthday, Leon King. Says, "Guys, all the answers to your questions in the Bible. Deuteronomy 28:37.
28, I gotta remember that. For one, first and freaking foremost, happy birthday to Leon King. I was seeing murmurs in the chat. Happy birthday, Ninja. I seen your email to your video. I'm gonna email you back.
Yes, happy birthday, Leon, and I'm sure you've been having a great time in the lair. Can't wait to hear all about it.
Ooh, he Norted up, Lord Nort.
Shout out to Leon.
Go, Sean. It's your birthday.
Appreciate you, brother. Here we go. Hit the like button.
Whether you're black, brown, Asian, Latino, it has always been welcoming. That has not been the case for any other group, I would argue. It has not been the case. So this is something that Malcolm X even talked about, right? When he was like, hey, they don't outnumber us, they out-organize us. So now, in 2026, they not only outnumber us, but they out-organize us. Damn. While y'all is still talking about, we shall overcome, we can do this, y'all, we gotta work together and all that, every other group is like, yo, how do we get out on top? Dr. Claude Anderson talks about this, which is why I find it so hilarious when I do criticism of said people or criticism of certain situations, and you get people in the comments talking about, well, what's your solution, Lucas? Huh? What's your solution? At least Al Green is showing up a sign. At least he's doing something. And I'm like, bro, there have been people far smarter than me, far more educated, far more politically savvy, written books, done conferences. But the thing is, you niggas just, your solution Sambos. That's what y'all are. Because when solutions are actually presented, nobody does it. Every single video I put in a list of books, whether it's Powernomics, whether it's Post-Traumatic Slave Syndrome, how many of y'all have actually read it and actually executed upon what it says? This has been a issue since we've been here. And every single person has said the same thing. Now it's to the point where you're in a position that you have to beg. You're in a position where you have to have a forced alliance because everyone else is coalition build off of your work.
He's not lying, but he's right.
Now, you may not like that, but that's the facts. It just is what it is. Everyone has coalition build. Everyone else has empowered their race, their group of people off of black coalition, whether it's the gays, whether it's Latinos, whether it's whoever, you name the group. They definitely have done that. Asians, they take your resources, your culture, they take your money, your history, the laws that were put in, the Black Constitution, and they empower themselves.
And two things is true there. So we've been talking about our welcoming spirit and all that. Another thing is too many people are looking for a leader, the God complex. We're looking for the next Martin Luther King or something. We just need to unite. All right, there won't be too many figureheads. We just need to get something on paper, like Ice Cube was saying, a permanent solution, something we can all get on board with. But it's, but we don't need somebody with a mic telling everybody what to do. We need to all come together with this solution.
There you go. Be the change you want to be. What did Jesus say? Huh? Mr. Wilson? It's documented. What chapter, what verse, what book? Didn't Jesus say the power that it resides in me also resides in you? The leader, The help you are looking for is you. Stop waiting for Superman. He ain't coming. No, accept the task. This is the reason why. Here we go. This is one of the reasons I'm proud of being black. I love this challenge. I wouldn't rather be nobody else in the midst of the tumultuous storm. Yeah, I used to, as a kid, I used to wish I was Richie Rich. Seemed like it was a perfect existence. But as a grown man, a father, husband, we have seen these stories of the silver spoon folks play out. It's just full of hurt, turmoil, deletions, and probably cocaine. That's it. No, I love this struggle. I love this journey. I love everything that it stands for, because ultimately, I believe that good would always prevail. But yeah, I'm good off my soapbox. I go forever about this, Sister Ebony. I be getting hyped, man, but I got to calm down.
Yeah, and the thing about where we're at with everything is the code is the leader. We're like a lot of us are on code, and everybody is lineage focused. We're paying attention to the things that we want for our people, and that's just kind of where we're at with it. And people like Amazing Lucas, like what he's talking about is real, right now, but he has said some very janky things about Black people as a whole. And so he's talking about, I've been trying to tell you guys to read this and read that, but you're not talking about all the janky stuff you said. So even if you're saying good things now, we ain't forgot all the things that you said. So, we can just kind of take, little pieces from different creators and just kind of bring it into our own life. But Amazing Lucas, we ain't forgot. So, but yeah, like at the end of the day, like we're super laser focused on what we want for our people. And that's just kind of where we are. So we're definitely in a better position than we ever have before. And it only goes up from here.
So there you go. And shout out to this guy. Y'all been stomping him out every time we bring him up. Y'all know we don't know the whole history, but clearly he's done some egregious stuff. But maybe he's trying to atone. I don't know. The couple videos we showed, he's sort of been on code. So I don't know.
And this is what when he's touching on, though. Our struggle is not to be dismissed. It's pretty much, a technical foul ejected from the game. That's why I get it. I get why folks is mad at the Antons and characters like this of the world. Don't disassociate yourself from the struggle. It's that delicate. You cannot do it. Our struggle was so heinous and egregious. To act like it never happened is extraordinarily insulting. So there you go.
Yeah, and with the Amazing Lucas, and there's a few other content creators out here just kind of like that. They're trying to cross over back into, the Black sector and everything. They're trying to tiptoe their way back in by saying some cool stuff. But we have receipts. So we can always pull up those receipts, and we can bring up how you really feel. So you can try to tiptoe your way in, but we're already on to you. So it is what it is. Just pay attention to the people that you watch and look into their history to see where they're at and what they really think about you. That's what I.
There you go. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna do some research on them. I don't know much about them except for, like I said, what we've been seeing these past couple months. But I've seen y'all overwhelmingly stomping him out. So he clearly. But a lot of stuff we'd like to tell y'all: separate the message from the messenger. Don't get your emotions too caught up on a single person. If they are dropping some facts, you just take it in.
There you go. Growing up the way I did, I learned that it was extremely beneficial to just take in the advice, chew up the meat, spit out the bones. But I truly believe every interaction has a lesson to teach. I truly do. So yeah, whether it's good or bad or ugly, it's something to learn.
It's funny because we're just seeing this with Jasmine Crockett, where now you have all these Black people going, oh, this is not fair and blah, blah, blah. It's like, fam, this is politics. I don't know what to tell you. Now you're outnumbered. Your vote is diminished. Okay. You don't have the same vote. You don't have the same buying power. Literally every metric has fallen drastically. And in the meantime, between time, you're not even focused on that. You have people, especially on the internet, focus more on going back and forth with Africans. Oh, you a tether. Oh, you a kata. Oh, you not Black. I'm like,
we are African, and we happen to be in America. We're not American. We are people who formerly were Africans who were kidnapped and brought to America.
Wake up, nigga.
Fam.
And then that's such a controversial point itself right there. A lot of folks don't believe everybody was brought here. So that's another thing. So shout out to Brother Malcolm. And this was back in the 60s, they had different information, but I mean, that's such a conflicting point where a lot of folks like we were brought here, and like even Godfrey said on that last video, there was folks already here. People just don't want to acknowledge it.
And statistically, mathematically, scientifically, looking at the numbers and the documentation of the transatlantic indentured servant prisoner of war trade, it was impossible. Like if all those folks were not surviving that hellacious voyage. They were shoving us in cargo areas of ships like sardines. We're still human. We're organic creatures. We got defecate and all that. Got human nature. And we weren't surviving. As my understanding, just the rust on the chains was changing the air, and you just suffocated. So yet latest science and numbers showed that no, it was impossible for us all to make it here. And all of us that are here, we were already here. Straight up, there you go. The Moors. It's documented. There's hieroglyphs and images on paper money. You can see it. It's hidden in plain sight. Shout out to the docu-series Hidden Colors.
Yeah, and even with with what Brother Malcolm was saying, we have uncovered and unlocked our own history and looked into our own lineages and did our own research and found out what plantations our families were from and everything. We've done our own genealogies and figured a lot of things out. And truth be told, there were countries in Africa that did indeed sell their own people, and they were mixed in with us over in America. So our FBA lineage is, Black indigenous people who are already here, some that did come over from Africa, and Native American. And, we were all kind of in a melting pot, and we had an ethnogenesis, and that is who we are today. So when we're talking about Africans and stuff, we're talking about our reparations and stuff. We're going to have to eventually go to some of those countries over there and start asking them for reparations for selling some of our ancestors. So that's going to be the next reparation conversation. So, we've done a lot of research, and, shout out to Malcolm and Martin and all of our civil rights leader that paved the way, but we're taking it to the next level, and we're doing what we need to do from here on out. So
and I would say, them guys back then, they had limited information. Like you said, shout out to Brother Malcolm. They didn't have the internet and all the stuff we got that we could, have more data. This is what they had. And white folks use this against us to this day. Like, y'all were brought here on slave ships. Even Malcolm said it. One of y'all great historians. But it's like, no, as time go on, we gather more information and facts change.
There we go. Amen to that. And this fact has changed because it was a lie to begin with. Shout out to the conquering white man.
African, and we happen to be in America.
You're missing it. You're missing it. We see this even here in LA. I've said this about, the Latina woman, the city council woman, who was like, F that guy, he's with the blacks. If you think she was the only person who thinks like that, you're mistaken. We see even recently, who is it that's running up against Greg Abbott? I think it's a Latino woman who's running up against Greg Abbott. Okay? If you look at that, it just is what it is. They have the numbers, but not only do they have the numbers, they are organized. We see with Jasmine Crockett's campaign, it wasn't very organized. It is what it is. This is a problem that has existed since the 60s, probably even before then. And now we're in a position where we're suffering from it because that bad behavior pattern, as Dr. Claude Anderson would say, hasn't been addressed. So while everyone else was actually building, was organizing, was mobilizing, what are y'all doing? Y'all talking about more reparations, but then talking about, I'm going to sit on the couch. Y'all talking about, cut the check, but then don't know who your congressman is. And in the meantime, between time, y'all confusing progress for movement. You got mofos still arguing about delineation. Oh, I'm going to delineate. Delineate from what? To what? To have what? Nothing. Damn. Dr. Claude Anderson said this a while ago. It's a race. It's a race of the races. So when you look at Latinos, we saw in the last election, why are you even asking this? Trump got a significant amount of the Latino vote and the white vote. Why are you even asking this? I don't know what to tell you. That we have been used historically to our detriment. That's the simplest way to form this entire video. We have been used historically to our detriment, okay, to help everyone else in power. When people talk about, oh, we the foundation over the country. The foundation is at the bottom, fam.
Ironic.
Everyone builds on top of the foundation. I don't think you understand what you're saying. You're at the bottom of the totem pole and you're bragging about it. Why would anyone give anyone a group of people who have no power, who can't mobilize, who can't organize? Why would they listen to any of their demands or grievances? No, they are going to be exploited to everyone else's benefit. And that's exactly what has happened. People like, Piles are delusional. They are the problem with that mindset because no one else ever thought, oh, I'm going to depend on black people. No other group has thought that when it comes to their empowerment, aside from maybe exploitation. You mofos is going into combat thinking that this is your blood brother or something. No, a coalition is temporary. And the goals of these coalitions have never been for the empowerment of black people. That hasn't been the case from my understanding. If I'm wrong, let me know. By all means, tell me. Anyways, guys, that's the video. Let me know what you guys think. Whether or not you believe, look, you don't know what you're talking about, okay? You don't know what you're talking about, all right? I may not agree with the black and brown coalition, but we strong. We gonna make it. We gonna survive. Okay, we gonna get through this. Or if you believe, sure, brother. I don't know what to tell you. If you know better, then do better.
So here we are. All right, this is the Lucas. He definitely, you can see his personality coming and going. I can see how he triggers people. And a lot of that is welcome to YouTube. This is that, that Anton and all that. Folks is up here trying to trigger people. That's how you get hundreds of thousands of subs. Maybe we need to start doing it, Mr. Walker. All right, maybe we need to start flip-flopping and being fake. Seems like all the fake people blow up.
I can't. I don't have that talent. I've said that. I can only give you what's in. I can't. It will be obvious. I don't do sarcasm. It would just be very obvious that I'm faking. But this ninja here, shout out to Jay Tillman, man. He crafty how he perverted the word foundational. The foundation, you at the bottom. You ain't got no power. If the foundation of a skyscraper fails, does the skyscraper fail or no? How do you do that? Here you go, like Miss X is saying, when you see flip-floppy messages like this, write it off as rage bait and clickbait. And I see just, we got to learn to ignore it, because the more we entertain it, the more we respond and give engagements, the more they gonna keep doing it.
Yeah, and just listen to the way he was othering himself. He was separating himself from being a foundational Black American, which I think he's half, whatever. But at the end of the day, you're still FBA, whether you identify with it or not. But just the fact that he's othering himself, he's saying, you guys are doing this, you guys are doing that. So you're already separated yourself from the group, which is why that a lot of people don't take him seriously. But the fact that he's talking about, we're not effective in the things that we do. Well, we flipped the whole election, and, we have already, put our demands in and, have renamed ourselves and reclassified ourselves, and it's on a national level, and people are actually listening to the things that we have to say. Delineation is a nationwide movement now. And, to his response or whatever, just the fact that we have decided to delineate on a national level, they are calling out other minority groups for the things that go on, like with the Haitians and with Africans and Somalians and like all these different groups. We're no longer just labeled as one big Negro. So I think that we are effective, and I think that it only goes up from here. So the fact that he's othering himself, he would definitely not be invited to the barbecue, because he don't even want to come in the first place. So it's cool. Like, he can, get all of the viewers and all that. That's fine. But at what cost? Because you're kind of jeopardizing your own self and what you stand for. And it's all, just a rage bait. Like, this is serious. Some people actually take this seriously, and some people actually want to make a difference for their lineage. So
that's all. Some folks just up here commentating. But we are making progress. I don't believe God is cruel. I believe that everything is intentional. I don't think he makes any mistakes, no matter how good, bad, or heinous it may seem. Some things ain't meant for us to know. But I would not say we waste our time. No, absolutely not. I don't know how this is going to play out, but we ain't going to lose. I wouldn't be so in such good spirits ultimately if I thought I was fighting a losing fight. I don't like losing. Know that. I can't stand losing. Shoot.
Yeah, and I was gonna say I posted in the Patreon. It's a website called blackvotewatch.org. And it is a website where
I've seen that. I've seen that.
Where you can put in your zip code and it will give you all of the Congress and politicians in your area and their stance on our Black issues and the things that we're fighting for. And so they give the politician a grading scale from A to F if they're for your policies for Black Americans or not. So it's a great tool to use, especially within these upcoming elections coming up. Just type in your area code and see what's going on in your area and in your district. It also updates all of the news on a national level that's going on and what politicians are doing for us. So it's a great tool, blackvotewatch.org.
Salute to you, sister. Always coming through with some daggone resources, man. Blessings
Here
to
we
you.
go. As far as this ninja, we're going to kick him down the pit, keep it moving.
Yeah, give him bungee cord.
Fuck is you talking about?
This is Sparta!
You got to know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to walk away, know when to hide. You gotta count your blessings. You're sitting at the table. You hear me?
Ooh, child, things will get brighter.
They will. Slowly but surely. They may get darker before they get brighter, but they will get brighter. Even if the brightness is a mushroom cloud.
There we go. And shout out to 3 a.m. Come through gifting a membership.
Appreciate you, brother.
So here we are. We talk about what's Black. This next person we're going to bring up, another trigger alert for some of y'all, maybe. All right. We're going to bring out where we at. This woman, Joy Reid. All right. What her shirt say? Immigrants make America great.
Huh. Yeah, we already know where this going.
Hit the like
button. Even though it's always Black, though.
Yeah, they interpret it as Black.
Anytime they're talking, it's about us.
Yeah.
Paul Mooney said it best. I'm going to tell you why white folks are mad. White folks are mad because got away. Got away. Got away. It's because they don't have slaves anymore. He goes, when we was free, we didn't have no jobs. When we were slaves, we had 12 jobs. He said, imagine if slavery was to come back, they'd be like, oh, welcome home.
Welcome back.
We haven't seen you in a long time. Your room is exactly the way we left it. Paul Mooney he was right. That's the reason, because all the wars in America were fought because of slavery.
Yeah.
They wanted to keep what was the economy was slavery. Yeah. The first thing on Wall Street was slaves.
Yeah.
And so that's the whole thing. It's always about us.
Yeah.
Anytime they talk sideways, it's always us in the peripheral. When they go DEI, it means Black people.
To them. But the thing is, the thing that's so crazy is that functionally, affirmative action and DEI mainly benefited white
women.
So we didn't even benefit disproportionately. We actually didn't. And now
I'm going to stop it for a minute. All right. Joy Reid. I see y'all saying she ain't even from here. So I guess nobody on the set is FBA, but shout out to Godfrey. He does, like I said, he's an ally, if you will. And this woman, and he come up and say, what was the first thing traded on Wall Street? Ninjas. So, I mean, the history in this country, a lot of people, they're trying to whitewash it, take this stuff out of schools. A lot of folks, even our own people, don't even know our history. So we really gotta, reset the standard.
As I was saying earlier, some justice, some righteous acts may not be for us to understand. Case in point, America was founded on free labor. Shout out to our ancestors. And its money ain't never really been backed by nothing since then. America always been lying, scheming, scandaling, and swindling its way into power and authority since the beginning of time. And now we are at this point in history with what's going on in the world, these conflicts. America, the BITCH that is America, is fighting for her life with all of this scheming and scamming she's been doing. Like y'all said, it started on Wall Street. We were the currency, and we were being mistreated then. We still being mistreated today. Our struggle, it may seem very superficial, but it is in the spiritual realm. Was wrong shall be righted one way or another. It ain't for all of us to understand. I'm going to keep stressing that.
Yeah, and with Joy Reid, I believe her families from the Republic of Congo or something, and I think that's where she's from. But the thing about her sweatshirt and everything, there have been great immigrants that have come over and have contributed, to our society. And we may even have immigrants in our families that have been married in, and we have friends, and, there are great immigrants and stuff out there. But when we look at two things at a greater scheme of things, Black people didn't really benefit from immigrants actually being in this country. Actually, it was more of a detriment, because all of the benefits and everything that we worked for and the things that we were trying to get for ourselves, we kind of got pushed to the side, and a lot of things, and even up until this day, are being given to immigrants. And so when we look at it like that, we actually haven't benefited from having immigrants over here, when it just comes to looking at things, as far as us being Black or whatever. And so I'm glad that they're having these conversations. And I am glad that Godfrey, I know he is an ally. I think he has said some janky things, and he gets called out too. But I think he has definitely done his homework and studied our lineage. And he can talk to his fellow Africans and Caribbeans and people from the diaspora to help them understand our contributions to this country, and how to put some respect on FBA's name. So shout out to Godfrey for that.
That part.
But we are being hurt disproportionately, because when they say we're getting rid of DEI, it's interpreted by these C-suites as fire all the Black people.
Yeah, and then I know I don't know if the lower courts or something, but I know the Fourth Circuit ruling reshaped how the organization and approach of DEI, right? I think going up against what Donald Trump was trying to do with DEI, was there a change and movement in that?
I mean, to me, it almost doesn't matter what the courts say, because the way that companies are interpreting it, the way Hollywood is interpreting it, you're hearing all these stories out of Hollywood. Just don't greenlight Black stories.
Right.
Just don't hire Black actors.
Period.
My sister's an actress. June Carroll, by the way, hire her if you're making a movie. Yep. She's amazing. But I mean, it's like they're hiring fewer of us. Yep. They're giving fewer of our scripts green lights. Yep. They're giving fewer of our stories, making fewer of our stories.
They wanted to do.
Because they interpret
it Black.
And it's not even that Trump, signed a law saying you can't hire Black people, but this is the way people are complying.
Well, that's just, it's always been in them. They're like, just give us the go. Just give us the go. No Blacks, ha ha! But they're not going to touch the NFL and the NBA.
Oh, no.
Because I was hoping, I think you should fire all of them too, and we form our own league.
Right.
We were like, well, don't touch the NFL.
No, wait, hold on now. Don't get too
We don't want the score to be 1-3.
Right.
We got still need dunks and stuff.
Crazy.
Jesus, who's going to catch? No, we don't want to. Yeah, you notice sports was untouched. Untouched.
Yeah, I know.
Because I said, why don't we? How come it's still Black? Why is the NFL still 70? You know what I'm saying? Because whenever they're benefiting monetarily, sexually, or whatever, that's when it's good. But if we have autonomous happiness, then it's like, oh.
You gotta end that.
You ever see it in a restaurant when Black people are by themselves happy? They go, they're making a lot of noise. They go, you are too.
Right.
You were too. It's like,
and you're complaining.
Right.
And you're complaining.
Right. But it's like when they see us, they say, get out of here. Okay, we'll get out of here. Get out of our town. Okay, we'll go build our own. Let's go burn that. What are they doing?
Yeah, we gotta burn it. Right.
Because we're running rent-free in their heads every day. We run rent-free.
I wish American Blacks could get the chance to learn what colonialism did to Africa. Because it's not like African people didn't suffer. And I think there's a sense that African people sold us away and forgot about us. But they forget those people were destroyed. As Michael Harriot said when we had him on for our Black History special, if Black people were selling other Black people, why did you need a fort? If this was a transaction that was mutual and the kings of Africa were just selling off Black, well, then why did you need to build giant forts? You build giant forts because you were having wars with those kings who you were stealing their people. You wouldn't need a fort if you were selling and buying.
And that's something that people like. That's the information that gets passed out a lot. You hear, well, your people sold.
They love to throw that out there.
It's a lot here. They all over the place. What you got, Ebony? I see you triggered.
Well, the thing is that it's just simply not true. There were, those castles and everything. They had cannons that went on that were shooting out into the Atlantic and stuff. So they could have shot and bombed those ships that were coming over if they just came over only to take us. No. Y'all sold us. Some of them they were sold, and we just can't act like that just didn't happen. It's documented, and that's just what it is. And so, Joy Reid, with all the things that she's saying, it's just simply not true. And we understand the things that happened during colonialism, which was why whenever the Africans came over to this country, we were so compassionate. Our churches were the ones raising money to send money back over to the motherland. Our celebrities were the one holding concerts and refusing to do concerts over in Africa if with all the things that were going on in South Africa. Our FBA people were the ones doing that. It's always been one-sided. This Pan-African thing, it's always been us doing for them. So whenever they came over, when they came over to America, it was like, look, we've done all this stuff. We have the compassion. Your families were the one who said, stay away from the Akadas and stay away from the Jareers. Don't hang out with them. They're thugs and they're this and they're that. Our parents never told us that. We were always very welcoming, and it's been documented. And that's just kind of where we're at with it. And so now that we're kind of focused on our own thing, they're like, well, where were you guys? Like, oh, let's talk about this. No, we've been trying to have the conversations, but y'all didn't want to come near us. You guys delineated from us first. And so now we're just kind of doing our own thing.
And here's the thing, when it comes to that wicked conversation of always y'all was selling one another, I don't care. And that means whether they weren't, that means that don't mean a daggone thing. All right, yeah, prisoners of war happen, tribes fight tribes. However, only in American history, it's only one time where a group of folks got together and start writing in laws and stuff that made us not human. The conquering white man over here, whoever, John Hancock and George Washington, I don't care, all of them mother suckers. They came up with rules so that we weren't even considered human. F a slave, F an indentured servant. They said we were property. We were cargo. We were like a crate. Not even human. So they could do what they wanted with us. So it don't matter. Take accountability for your atrocities against humanity. Give a damn about none of that. Goodness gracious.
Yeah, and even with colonialism and everything, it was all fun and games when they were selling us away. But then whenever their countries and everything got conquered and their countries were left in devastation and they're still recovering till this day, they kind of look at us like, not all, but some look at us like, look, we sold them and they were, put in slavery for hundreds of years, but they're still standing. We are the direct descendants of all the slaves that survived. So they look at us with that. I'm not saying all, but some just kind of look at us with that. It doesn't matter what happens to them. They're always going to continue striving and continuing to keep going. And I think that is something that is something that maybe they look to us for. But that's okay. You can go back and do that with your own country. Or if you guys do want to have a sort of a Pan-Africanism like coalition or whatever, give us some land back from those countries. Since, we came from there or whatever, how come we can't have citizenship or land or not rental land? Like, I don't want to rent land for 99 years. I want my own land that I can buy and I can grow and we can do business, but they don't want to do that. So that's where we are at with the Pan-Africanism, because it's always one-sided. It's us doing for them.
Listen here, straight like that, Sister Ebony. If there was some legit resource where they was like, hey, y'all FBAs tired of being mistreated in America? Look, this is what we got for y'all. 1.5 acre resources. We got y'all a foundation where y'all can start. Allowances, all that. There you go. Walk it like you talk with all them blood diamonds over there. Give us some.
Man, we got some super chats.
Appreciate you. Rachel. Better say it 3 times. Says, remember last summer I told you both. Slaves were traded on Wall Street. They were mortgages. That is why plantation owners wanted their runaways back. We were objects. Shout out to y'all. 3/5 of a human. Show me pure wicked.
Yeah, So like you said, they had insurance claims on you. You can't just disappear. All right. Even if you go, I need to claim something for you. You can't just run away. You my property.
Haiti is still paying on this debt via Chase Bank and the French.
Huh.
Appreciate you, Rachel. Say shout out to Ebony with the knowledgeable info. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Shout out to our freedom fighting OG Baba T. We appreciate you, OG. Says, good evening, brothers and family. She's first generation Jamaican. It's up to us to teach our history. CBC has a Jamaican heading in it. We allowed ourselves to get pushed to the side. We got to do better, OG.
Shout out to Baba T.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
And I see they correcting you in the chat. They saying, father from Congo, mother from Guyana.
Okay.
Nonetheless, here we are. I'm gonna let this go. Hit the like button.
Your burden off them.
Yeah, that's correct.
Because the history gets distorted that way, and it minimizes. And I've always been a person, and I know they trash me on online, but I want to know, like, what is the connection point? Because you said it once that happened, it cut the connection. I literally physically saw it when you said that, almost like a cord being like. Is there ever going to be a connection point between African immigrants and Black Americans?
It's already
happening now. Yeah.
It's happening now.
Yeah.
If you go to Ghana right now, you will see African Americans on every street. Yeah. They're getting their residency, they're getting their citizenship, they're moving back, they're reinvesting. Africans, we reconnected the umbilical cord ourselves. And that's why you always talk about why people are mad. The 1619 Project was one of those moments where Black people said, no. We're going to recreate our own history. We're going to tell our own story. And that story does not mean that we come from slavery. Right. We don't come from slavery. You all come from oppressing. You guys come from robbery and theft. And you need to own that. Yeah. But we are starting to tell our own story and reconnect ourselves to Africa and really invest in Africa and realize there's a huge bounty of human capacity, of financial capacity.
Yeah.
You're a liar.
That's a lie.
Well, here we go. My thing on it, the title says FBA versus everybody. Is unity a lie? I'm not 100% opposed to unity. The thing is the disrespect. People must acknowledge our struggle. Like Ebony said, acknowledge what we have built and put some respect on our name, and maybe we can work together. But you can't come look at us as beneath you and we some second-class citizen as if we ain't great. So y'all need to put respect on it.
And that's a big problem. It really is. And we all about accountability moving forward. Y'all know that this is Accountability Corner. But to just, shove our unique journey to the side, forget about that. That's the past. Y'all don't tell any other culture, shout out to the small hats. Y'all don't tell another culture to forget their past, forget their history. I could understand. I could understand if we weren't indentured service and let's say slavery never took place. Willie Lynch, Jim Crow, shut down slavery, all those things never took place. And it just started with, I don't know, something normal. We would just start to be mistreated. Then maybe, but they were making clothes out of us. They would hold events after their church gathering, after praying to their white Jesus, and then they would go and string us up from a tree. They called it strange fruit. They would have picnics. And we supposed to forget these happenings. And you know what? I got to be honest. It seemed like to me, the rest of the world just don't know. There's no way they can know, Sister Ebony. I think we need to start asking more questions. That's one thing I do. Are you guys aware that they poisoned us? And then give them all the times, because it wasn't just one, that they poisoned us. Are you aware of all of the systematic trauma they instilled in us via the books in the classroom, via the imagery on the TV, via the tainted religion? Are y'all aware? Because they can't be aware.
Yeah, and that's the thing. And, with Joy, she's talking about there's African Americans on every corner. I would like to know which corners those are in Ghana. And also, we have to come over there with a whole bag. We have to come over there with money. We have to prove that we have money even before we can even get a citizenship or anything. Y'all come over here, not all, but some, with your ashy flip-flops and a little inner tube, and you come over here, you get all these benefits. You qualify for food stamps, housing, jobs, all these different things. So it is not the same. And then, yeah, so what she's talking about is not real. All I say for everybody is do your own homework and do your own investigations. We're not all moving over to Africa all like that. Unless you have money, they don't even want us over here.
There you go. Yeah, there you go. I was going to thank you. I was going to say the same thing. Yeah, you got to pass a test. You got to prove to be resourceful. Yeah, you can't be like, hey, and I think this how it should be. You can't be like, hey, my name is Bonquisha. I got 50 kids. I'm having a hard time over here. Let us free. They're going to be like, absolutely not.
And like I said, at the end of the day, it comes down to, simple mistreatment. If we were treated, like the Hispanics are being treated right now in this country, it would have been 5-star treatment during them times. All right. Those people are facing, deportation back to their homeland. We wish we did have our own land. It's a different fight. We were seen as not human. Our land was invaded. We were stolen, tortured, many things. So people that get all these bleeding hearts and are up in arms right now about ICE and all this stuff, trust me, it was a million times worse.
I'm coming to realize human nature as I get older, and some pain is too difficult to take on, to empathize with. I kind of get it. It's cowardice, but they don't want to know, huh? What's those 3 monkeys? See no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. They're like, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear about y'all being made into shoes, buck breaking farms. I don't even want to hear about it. Because then their heartstrings will be torn to pieces. They just don't want to hear it.
Yeah, and I think too the difference is we have a different type of relationship with the white people in America for hundreds and hundreds of years. We've lived with amongst these people. We were the slaves and everything. We have seen how many times they lied and deceived us, and the way they R-worded our people and all these horrific things. They hung us. They did all this stuff. And I'm not saying that that Africans from the diaspora didn't experience colonialism or whatever, but I think they have a different experience with white people, because when the white people would come over, they would come over with the Red Cross rice, and there would be missionaries, going over there to, give them medicine and, money for their villages or whatever. So they kind of look to them as like a god, they're like God. So when they come over here and then they see that we don't look at them like that because we have a different relationship, then they already think that they won by coming over here. They're in a wealthier country or whatever. They're not living as horribly as they were in some of the conditions in their African homelands or whatever. So they already think that they won. So they think that, okay, well, what are you guys complaining for? You're from America. No, our bar is set a little bit higher because we built this entire country. We're not just going to stop just because other people are coming over here and notice how great we have it. No, our greatness is going to continue. So we want to continue thriving and everything. And so I think that is the difference. I think that's the difference between the two.
There you go.
Appreciate you, Rachel. Says USA must get rid of the Article 1, Section 2 of the Constitution of the United States, declared that melanated folks are counted as 3/5 of a person. It's still in the Constitution. This is the type of stuff I'm talking about. Why ain't somebody say, hey, why don't we go back and go ahead and take that ish out, being all heinous as it is, because they still want it there.
And I would say all of it, the whole foundation is tainted. The whole Constitution, all these laws, all this stuff that was written hundreds of years ago does not benefit us. It's to our detriment, and it still exists. And they rarely, if ever, modify this stuff.
John Hancock and them signing the Declaration of Independence, all this stuff. Hey, boy, hand me my pen so I could say that you should be free.
And that together we're like the most powerful weapon on earth.
Yeah, I feel that energy. I've done 9 countries. I want to go to more countries in Africa. I want to do all 54.
Same.
I want to be able to go to Madagascar and say I met somebody from Madagascar. But like what I
and bring back a wife for your friends.
but what I love is like there is this similarity and this connection through all of the countries I've been to in Africa. Like there is this connection that I feel the same being here, growing up in America. And I'm like, I just want to see and minimize or eradicate the confusion that is the distrust or the pointing fingers at each other. Well, you guys are this way, or you look down and you think you're better. You're an African booty scratcher.
Well, how do you think they stole us?
Yeah.
I mean, their method was to say, hey, tribe number 1, sell me somebody from tribe number 2, or give me your prisoners of war from that tribe. They're not, remember, these people didn't think of themselves as all black. You're this tribe, I'm that tribe. If I have prisoners of war from the other tribe, okay, I'm going to go ahead and let them go to you. And then they got greedy and said, you know, it's not enough for me to give you your prisoners of war. I'm going to go back and just take people, right? But it did start out as, I'll take my prisoners of war. They didn't think it was going to be endemic slavery forever.
Right.
And then once they got greedy and were like, come and taking people, then there were the fights. But even in the Caribbean, there are a lot of African Americans who think of Caribbean blacks as like foreign. They're probably your cousins. If you're in New Orleans, you're probably Haitian. You know, I mean, if you're in Florida, you are probably from Barbados because you probably have first cousins in Barbados. You know, they would drop people off in the Caribbean. And
well, that's if you believe that majority, if not all of us, come here on a ship. That's if you don't believe we were already here. And a lot of them ships as well it's known they went to South America, like Brazil and some of these places. So, you know, it just stopped. The very few that made the track, granted, but we must acknowledge, like she said, she's an immigrant. So she ain't gonna, it benefits her to say that we all come from wherever she come from.
See, oh my goodness. You know, they keep talking about this indentured servant. We were considered objects. That's why they were able to do what they want with our women and have their way with our men. And I feel you, man, evolved. You know, respect is hardly ever just given. I agree. You know what? Maybe we should have more so, because we definitely did a little bit. Or even today, take the daggone Genghis Khan approach. Shout out to Genghis Khan. I think he was made an indentured servant. Y'all knew Genghis Khan. Do your history. And all the folks watching right now, some of y'all, at least one of y'all, Genghis Khan's relatives, do your research on the boy Genghis Khan. I agree. We have to take our respect, just like the man Khan.
Yeah, I do think it's funny that, you know, they're coming to the round table and having these conversations because a couple years ago, even before the pandemic, there were not Africans having these conversations. I think now that people are getting deported and things are starting to change within our country, now they're trying to come around and, oh, you know, hey, we could be actually relatives, or, you know, we could be related in some way. But no, that wasn't the conversation that was happening a couple years ago. The FBAs that are in New Orleans and all that, they are not Haitian. Some might be, you know, people migrate and they move and stuff like that, but we have our own direct lineage. And yes, there are great people from the diaspora, like I will always continue to say, but the lumping of us all together we're just not doing it anymore. We have redefined ourselves. We actually named ourselves, and there's power in doing that. Instead of people just naming us, we've actually defined ourselves, and we're just kind of standing on that and standing on our lineage business.
Then sell them to South Carolina. Like the route was often Caribbean, then the U.S.
That's where they would break slaves usually.
They would break them in the Caribbean, 100%, and then bring them here. So it's like a lot of people, their first stop was not Virginia or South Carolina. It was Jamaica.
Yeah, it's crazy. Damn. Well, remember,
we could go on.
But we still here though.
And we still survive.
And I can feel it, Burgeon. I can feel it connecting. You got Gabon. You got Ludacris lives in Gabon. He has a place in Gabon.
Yeah.
Citizen in Gabon. So it's coming around.
It's coming.
They're
That's why we have
they're counting. That's why they're
That's it.
panicking and they're counting on our not being together like we got, because we're all we got. Dr. Henry Clark says we have no friends in the world. Black people don't have friends. He meant that.
Well, here's the deal. You can't keep saying we.
Yes.
Yeah, take that we out of it. All right. Yeah, she keeps saying we were here. No, this is the part where the disrespect comes in. You have to delineate and put more respect on the people's name who went through the suffering. You can't skip the line and say people who've been standing in line for 5 hours and you pull up and just skip the whole line and act like you've been here the whole time. No, like, come on, sister. Like, you got to understand that part of it.
Well, what's the saying? Now, what's the saying? It's cool to be black until it's time to be black. It's so freaking cool. It's so hip to be FBA. But you name me one person that is not FBA, foundational Black American, that would want to live the horrors that we lived through, our ancestors lived through. Nobody want that. They want the coolness, but they don't want the struggle that comes along with it. Hence why folks are asked, what are you proud to be Black of? They got superficial stuff to say. Oh, my skin tone. I like my hair. Shut up. You really don't know.
Yeah, there was a whole lot of French being spoken, a whole lot of we in this whole conversation. And so, yeah, that's the thing. Like Mr. Walker was just touching on it. You can't just pick and choose to be Black when it's convenient. Now, all of a sudden you want to be Black because, like I said, there's things changing. The laws are changing. They're looking into people's paperwork. They're checking to see who's doing what. We're checking into people's history and the things that they're saying and the things that they're doing. We're figuring out who the writers are from the diaspora. And so you can't just tiptoe, just like Amazing Lucas and all these people trying to tiptoe back over into the lineage when things get hot. No, where were you when we were just trying to be cool? When you came over and we were just trying to extend a friendly hand or whatever. And for the longest time, they were saying, I'm not Black, I'm Nigerian. I'm not Black, I'm Ghanaian. I'm not Black, I'm from the Congo or whatever. There's always been that distinction. So don't try to wee it up now, because we still have receipts for y'all too.
Dang, all right. Appreciate you, Phoenix. Says you will not succeed in this country with the victim mindset. Learn from the little hats. We agree. Ain't no victims. Folks just acting like they can't acknowledge reality.
That's it. Victorious. Just, knowing your history don't make you a victim.
Thank you.
I would say, not being stagnant. We are not stagnant people. We don't teach our children to be victims. You teach your kids, the history and make sure people respect them. So if telling people they must respect you is being a victim, I don't know.
Exactly. This is part of the white man conquerors curse. This is our history. You're going to hear it. And we ain't going to stop saying it because it's uncomfortable. You got to listen. This is all we got. These is our thoughts. These is our memories in our heads, God dang it.
Yeah, and the thing about it is we've never really spoke on our behalf. We always just kind of let things ride, like let people say the janky stuff like, oh, they come from wherever. Like we didn't really speak up and say anything, but it's gotten out of hand because it's all the immigrants from all these countries talking mess about us. And if it wasn't for us, none of y'all would be here. So all we're asking for is just to put a little more respect on our name. That's why I think next month should be FBA Appreciation Month. Show an FBA your appreciation for what their lineage has done for you in this country. So
there we go.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Man.
Think we here we go. Shout out to Phoenix. Says this country is for the survival of the fittest. Understood. Welcome to capitalism. Perform, or keep it pushing. Yeah, that's we got to, but we still gonna talk about it. We gotta perform. And we're going to keep it pushing, and we're going to keep talking about our history so our kids know what they up against and they can make better decisions than us. That's what it's all about.
And so that y'all can cut the damn check. So more than likely, Phoenix is white. And they quit talking about it. Let's just forget about it, and we ain't going to never pay y'all. To hell with that. We're going to talk about it, cut the check, and we'll stop talking about it.
Right. And when we talk about who's the survival of the fittest, we are the real survivors. We have a culture of resilience in this country. And if it wasn't for us, even coming, we were the ones who saved the white, the white pilgrims and stuff that came over. We're the ones who saved them. So if we're talking about survival of the fittest, that is us, because we have been through the ringer in this country and we're still standing tall till this day. And we're going to keep on doing that. So that is our culture for sure.
We saved Cadillac, Phoenix. Huh? What y'all did? We saved Cadillac. Shout out to the brother Richard. Appreciate you, OG. Says America is an experiment, church. Each state has its own constitution and bylaws that are separate from the U.S. federal laws. The U.S. is a corporation. Look at the UCC codes. No place like America. Shout out to Richard.
Appreciate you, brother.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Uncle Richard, hopefully you come up. We're going to try to drop the link here in a few. Hit the like button.
I think we missed one of Baba T's, Mr. X.
Okay.
There you go. Appreciate you, Baba T. Says thanks for the correction. I was thinking about women that president over the CBC, Congressional Black Caucus. Okay.
Okay, yeah. Nonetheless, you was on to something, just the wrong continent or country.
Appreciate you, OG.
Well, their first stop was not Virginia or South Carolina. It was Jamaica.
Yeah, it's crazy. And they're counting on our not being together like we got, because we're all we got. Dr. Henry Clark says we have no friends in the world. Black people don't have friends. He meant that. Dr. Henry Clark, one of the elders who knows his stuff, we don't have them. Regardless of what you think in the whole scope of the world, our power. There's a girl online, this white chick, she has this machine where she asks questions to the machine. She goes, why is it that, Black people are always like oppressed, blah, blah, blah. And the machine talks back to her and goes, because of Black people's power, is their melanin, is they're native to the, that's the reason why whites try to shut. It's like a machine. This white girl asks these questions about oppression, and it's really good stuff.
You guys send me that video.
I'm gonna send it to you. It's really interesting. And she goes, it's because it's not just it's just Black people. It's their power. It's their natural. It's dope. It's like amazing. And she just asked these questions.
It's like when you have a connection to indigeneity, it's actually a powerful thing. It's why when you go and talk to Native Americans, indigenous people, they have a power. They have a spiritual power because they have a connection to the soil and the spirit.
Yeah.
And that is an African thing. There's a connection to the earth and the soil and the spirit. And if you can reconnect yourself with that, Europeans worked very hard to disconnect themselves from that and to eradicate that from what they considered to be high society and being, what they saw as being civilized.
Yes.
But being civilized meant just cutting yourself off from indigeneity. And so, which is what you're seeing, like people who are from Europe that go to Israel try to reclaim, right, and steal back. But what Black people have is sort of a natural indigeneity. Like we're just naturally indigenous people. The food we eat, the rhythm, the dancing, the music, the gospel.
It just comes out.
We just took it. Like we take, spiritual songs and music and turn it into gospel. And I think that's a spiritual, physical experience. And that's an indigenous vibe. And so that vibration is common to everyone Black, whether you're in East Africa, West Africa, Caribbean, Brazil.
Fuck is you talking about?
What's she talking about, Emily? I see you get her.
I know she's not talking about my gospel music because y'all were not a part of that. Oh no, we're not doing the we thing. Listen, I mean, I know as melanated people, we all have a connection to the things that we have a connection to. But on this land and this soil, this is our soil. We have the Majora spirit in us. We are so connected to this land. Even when like you go down south to the and you visit some of those old plantations, the spirit of our ancestors speak to us, when we're in those environments and everything. We're so connected. And for our ancestors to go through what they went through and to have people tether on to the things that we went through. This is what tethering is, you guys. It's not okay. But there's no we in this. You guys may have a connection to your the countries over in Africa, and that's great. I will never go over there and say that I'm connected to the Republic of Congo where you're from, but I would go over there and respect the people there and the things that you guys have going on over there. So we're just not going to just lump us all together. Like it's super disrespectful to our lineage, and it's okay to acknowledge it and stuff, but you just can't tackle on to it. That's not okay.
There you go. Be sensitive to the matter. It is what it is. And that's a part of their trick. Like you were saying, Sister Ebony, we are tied to this land. Our connection is with the land. We know how to interact with the land and yield good crops. Whenever our indentured serving ancestors came over here across that ship, and the ones that were already here got captured and made into indentured servants, they did not have to give us instruction on how to sow those seeds. We already knew. And I understand why we ran to the north and other places to get away from the farming and the agriculture, tired of it. But that's a part of the trick. I truly believe and live it. We must get back to it. I recall my wife having a conversation with her grandma like 100 years old. And she was telling once we started farming and beekeeping and really learning about the plants, the pollination, the relationship between the different plants And I remember she got all emotional on the phone. It's like, oh, this skipped a generation. I'm so happy you guys got it back. And that's what I truly believe we got to do. We got to get reconnected to the land. We bought into the wicked American dream. We all ran to the suburbs thinking that white man's ice was colder. No, we got to get back to our roots. Seriously.
Yeah, and I think even too with what you said, Mr. Walker, a lot of us didn't want to run off. After slavery and stuff, a lot of people, like I think it was down in Alabama, if I'm not mistaken, but there were ex-slaves, and they were growing watermelons and everything. They were selling watermelons and making a fortune off of selling watermelons. And what the women were doing was they were preparing like chicken meals, and they were selling their dinners and stuff to the trains that were stopping by. They would go to those cities that had the train stops, and they would prepare chicken, and they would sell the best watermelon that they were growing and everything. And they were making thousands and thousands of dollars. And what they did, the white people, some of the white people actually were killing them over their watermelon because they were jealous that they were actually making money and everything. So they took them to court over watermelon. Think about this, guys. We're talking about acting like they're pushing weight. Like this is El Crapo. These are people who just made crops. El Crapo and Kizzy Blanco, like she's Griselda Blanco or something. They took them to court and tried to try them in court because they were trying to sell chicken and watermelon. And that's where that stigma came from, is all we do is sell chicken and watermelon. No, that's what got us out of bondage. And that's how we made our money. And so the white people made it a negative thing, but that is what we use to get out of bondage. And another thing about watermelon, it is very nutritious, and fried chicken is delicious. So to hell with all that. That's how we got up off of that, out of bondage and everything.
Amen. Yeah, many times in the summer, I find myself eating some grilled chicken and watermelon.
Man.
Appreciate you, brother. Odd Job. Says Joy is too focused on her message only. We like immigration, not illegal immigration, with free handouts. FBAs, not citizenship. Caribbeans got rejected for British citizenship. Fight for that, Joy.
Man.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Appreciate y'all, Job.
Shout out to Sheila Black. Good to see you, sister. Been a member for 1 month. Says, look, leave real black people alone. We know. we.
Here we go.
Still, all we need is to try to get over some of the phony, false separation that Europeans actually used to steal us.
Yes,
and it was a tactic to steal us. And as long as we fight infighting, they can keep stealing us.
Yeah.
That's how we have to learn.
I want the infighting to stop. Like
that has to stop.
The last thing you want is to turn around and it's the people who look like you and have the same roots as you. History different, but roots are different, and to get that, like, that's what I want. You know what I mean?
But
like
then there's the sellouts, like the defective Negroes that I talk about.
Yeah.
Stephen A. Smith, the Larry Elders, the Candace Owenses, all of those defective. And there's one brother, I'm gonna call him out soon. They were asking him, well, what did you think about the things about what they showed about the Obamas and the monkey shoes, and this black dude's like, I didn't see what the problem. I'm gonna get him though.
I know. I think I know.
There's like there were other pictures there that were just. They all have that look. It's just so.
You know, you can always call them
asymmetrical Negroes. They just have this off look, and they don't look like they go to good barbers.
That's it. It's always the hairline.
The barber. It's the hairline.
I'm telling you.
Stephen A. Smith.
It's the hairline.
It's the barbers.
That's what give them away. I'm telling you.
I know they don't go to a barbershop with real because barbershops is where everybody's talking. They don't go. They go to like probably some white guy goes like.
They go to Supercuts.
They go to
Why would you think of the same?
They go to Supercuts.
They're going.
And what do they put on top of the bowl?
In the bowl, and there's this.
They get a protractor or something like a
or a Flowbee. They got a Flowbee going on.
What is that?
A weed whacker.
It's like a weed thing, and it Flowbees your hair.
They don't go to the real barbers where we talk that real stuff,
Even if you had that, you still got to get it shaved properly. Make sure you don't get nicked.
There's always something off about those sellouts. They're just
something.
I remember when I lost my mind. I'm just about to lose my mind.
Hairlines, huh? Joy said you can always tell. That's why we looking at you sideways, Joy. Where the hell your hairline at? Traction, alopecia, and all that then got the best of you. And she said you can always tell. She gonna say Stephen A. She always taking shots at Stephen A.
Sister. See, here we go. This is why I gotta bring Shane back. Y'all know us, men. We ain't quick to, talk about, physical features, just for no reason. But she brought hairlines into the room. All right, she did it. She did. See that? She did it. The nerve, right? If she would have never said, now I wouldn't have said anything. Your hairline starting on the top of your head, like traction, alopecia, tetherism, whatever the case may be. Just leave it alone. Why are you gonna talk about something and you stricken traction, alopecia and took hold something terrible? I wouldn't have said nothing about a hairline.
Yeah, but you guys listen. Now, Godfrey, I think, his hairline was the most intact on the panel. But what I'm saying is they were all saying they have the hairline. No, that's y'all. That's you. Like, what are we talking about here? So all the pronouns are all janky. We need to get back. Y'all are talking about yourselves, but they're trying to other themselves. And this is why we have to watch the language and watch what people say out of their mouth. We're not just one big thing. And that's just what we're trying to get them to understand. We're just not, because we never have, but it's like, now you guys want to do it. So stop with the we and the theys and get y'all's pronouns right. It's y'all, you, and us. Okay.
Man, and shout out to Rachel. Says Joy's hairline starts at her ears and blonde. Shake my head. And Project Leroy says, we talk about hairlines when you on some BS. And there we go. So as far as Joy go right now, we're going to kick her in the pit. This, man.
Madness. Fuck is you talking about? This is Sparta!
You got to know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to walk away, know when to hide. You gotta count your blessings. You're sitting at the table. You hear me?
Ooh, child, things get brighter.
Too comfortable, man. Way too comfortable, folks. Getting too comfortable. We talking about hairlines. I agree, sister. You gotta nip it in the bud. Hey, just pull them to the side, have a conversation, something.
And here's the thing. Here's what happens when they get too comfortable. Trigger alert. Hit the like button. Here we go.
Come on with it.
What do we want? Freedom! When do we want it? Now! What do we want? Freedom! When do we want it? Now! What do we want? Freedom! When do we want it? Now! What do we want? Freedom! When do we want it? Now!
I know you guys seen that video of Jesse Jackson's son marching with Somalians and various other immigrant ethnic backgrounds, reenacting the Selma March for voting rights on behalf of my people. A lot of the people in our community find that that's very disrespectful, being that any other day, I'm not saying as individuals, but a lot of people in general with immigrant backgrounds or what have you, regurgitate the white supremacist notions and rhetoric that Black Americans are criminals, Black Americans are baby mamas and baby daddies, we're culturalists, like I was talking about yesterday. You don't have any mutual respect for us, but then you want to take a page out of our book and use our ethnic legacy, our ancestors' legacy, to garner attention and sympathy for the problems that you're going through in this country as an illegal immigrant. It's one thing if you would have respect for us and have mutual respect, but you people do not have mutual respect for the foundation that was laid by my people.
That part. So as y'all see here, that's Jesse Jackson Jr. His daddy's body's still warm, and he gonna do this nonsense. He gonna go, well, I guess his daddy was with the the Rainbow Coalition, all that. So, but nonetheless, these are the Somalians. The Minnesota Somalians are down in Selma. They are marching across the bridge and everything. They're doing the whole march that our people did in 1965. They are reenacting it. And it's nothing but immigrants and Somalians, and it's led by Jesse Jackson Jr. And they are marching across Selma. They are reenacting the whole thing.
Most egregious. This is blasphemous, if you ask me. And like, no. Reenacting what? Reenact it. Where the fire hoses? Where the dogs? Where the K9 unit? Where the spit and most likely urine and feces being thrown? Where that at? Go ahead and really reenact it. Like reenact all of it, not just the glory. We marching, we're victorious. No, got to go through the pain. This is a trauma bond. That's what it's all about. Being able to relate to one another's trauma. Y'all can't relate. Before Jesse Jackson Jr. did this, they should have gave him a whole class. So before we march across this daggone bridge, let me show you everything it took to get up into this point.
Right. And then ask why, like, first of all, why are you guys even marching? Y'all are marching because y'all were up there stealing that money in Minnesota. Like, let's be clear. It's not like you guys were just over here innocent. No, y'all stole money. This is our sacred land, and you can't bring that type of effery down to our and try to march for something. Go back to Mogadishu and have the March of Mogadishu, and y'all stop learning how to scam and steal. And you guys had an opportunity to come over here. Y'all didn't do right, so you need to go back home. Don't come to our sacred grounds and places where our ancestors marched for real equality and real freedom, because we weren't scamming. We were just trying to, get our freedom or whatever. So these are not the same. Somebody need to go get Jesse Jackson Jr. and take him up to a FBA rally or something so he can get in touch with what's going on, because this brother is out of touch, respectfully. So yeah, this ain't it.
We were fighting to be treated like humans. Y'all are fighting to not get prosecuted for stealing hundreds of millions of dollars. It's a big difference.
That part. And this one here in particular, I think, like the dude was saying, the majority of it is for voting rights. As we know, they are pushing to have IDs for people to be able to vote. And they are saying 20 million people of color will not be able to vote. People of color, not us, FBAs. We can all go get a damn ID, a passport, a gun license, something to verify your identity. It's people who ain't from this country, the people of color. But they trying to make black people seem like it's our fight. Oh, they gonna take y'all ain't gonna be able to vote. Foolish. I got a passport and an ID and all that. And everybody I know got one. So the people who don't, they can't get one because they ain't from here. And that's what they are marching for.
There you go. Just three-card Monty, a sleight of hand, black folks. And now we all think, I'm sorry, people of color. Now we all think we grouped up into that. No, everybody sit down. If you got your ID, you got your walking papers, sit this fight out.
Yeah, and you know what? If you don't have your paperwork, you actually should not be voting, because how are you going to come to a country that you're not a citizen in and vote in order to change laws that's going to affect those citizens? Like, where do we do that at? We can't go over to Somalia and vote in any of their elections to try to change what's going on with their people. And so they shouldn't be able to do that either. And I'm talking about all immigrants. If you don't have your paperwork, you don't need to be voting for the things that are that we want for our people. And that just is what it is. I'm all for it. Get your stuff in order. If you are an immigrant and you are here legally, by all means, you are a part of the country, and that is what it is. But if you are not, you are not to be speaking on behalf of the things that we want. A lot of times, even the Somalians, they label themselves as Caucasians. They don't even label themselves as Black Americans. So just think about that when we're talking about this type of stuff. We're not losing 20 million votes because they weren't really rocking with us in the first place. And it is what it is.
They will put themselves as Caucasian. See what I'm saying? It's cool to be black until it's time to be black. I get it.
Oh.
Appreciate you, OG Richard. He says there is no credible evidence that Jesse Jackson Jr. led a 2026 march on the Edmund Pettus Bridge with immigrants. There is no credible evidence. Really?
Hell, that's him right there.
Marching in 2026 across the Edmund Pettus Bridge with immigrants.
Yeah, and there was a sign that said "Keep Hope Alive" straight from his dad's mouth. So I don't know. I thought that was him.
I'll let it keep going. Hit the like button.
The problems that you're going through in this country as an illegal immigrant. It's one thing if you would have respect for us and have mutual respect, but you people do not have mutual respect for the foundation that was laid by my people and by our ethnic group of people, but you want people to feel sorry for you and rally behind you when you have problems. That's not how that works. And that's why we feel like it's disrespectful when you guys try to reenact that march or what have you. That's very, very disrespectful what y'all are doing. Because y'all never respect us any other day. We tell you to stop using the N-word. We tell you to stop regurgitating these white supremacist talking points that are detrimental to our community, and you still do it, acting like we don't stick together, acting like we're a degenerate class of people. But then you want to use our civil rights legacy to garner sympathy. That's bullshit.
But the movement is transformed from them and then to us and now. This is our moment because our time has come to defend our rights. This is one step. And that.
Who is that, Richard? That's Jesse Jackson Jr. Our people, our fight. You see Ching Long and Ming Ping and Somalians, Mexicans, very little ninjas. Our fight. We. You ninjas, man.
Fuck is you talking about?
First and foremost, rest in peace to Jesse Jackson, our brother. He gone. May he rest in power. You know, he did his time here in the spiritual realm. With that respect being paid, I'm pretty sure Jesse Jackson Jr. out here trying to get cheeks just like the old daddy.
Sitting there with that damn Rolex on. But like, we with a $50,000 Rolex and his daddy's estate. Ninja.
Look, he listen here. He looking right at Ming Lin as he talking. Ming Lin, yeah. Come on, we got that. I got reservations for you, my weary folks at the Red Roof Inn. We're gonna have a jolly good time after this march.
Yeah, and I think maybe he is trying to walk in his father's footsteps or whatever. I think you just need to tap into the grassroots and see what's really going on, because you showing up to this event, maybe his PR team or whatever was like, this is going on, we really want you to come up and show out for the Somalians or whatever, but that's just not what we're on right now. So I hope he gets the word and just kind of knows he has the right idea, but we're just on something else right now. And so tap into the grassroots. Yeah, that's him. He looks like his daddy.
Okay, yeah. So I don't know, Richard. They saying that's him. I don't know. Is that his grandson? Look like his son.
He got that cadence like him, huh?
Nonetheless, we'll see.
That great legacy was march with solemnity.
An image of him. I don't know. It's questionable. Maybe.
Could it be another son? Yeah, maybe it's another son.
Because it's a different brother here.
Yeah.
It might be a different son.
It could be.
Try to find another son.
I got that Somalian dude. That's the one. Oh, this is about to be classic. But yeah, Rich, I'm not sure. That's him there. Not sure if that was him, but they saying he was in the march. So I'm not sure if this is him speaking, but he's somewhere in the perimeter.
Right.
Okay. But nonetheless, I'm gonna let this keep going. You might be on to something, Richard.
Let me see.
Keep hope alive! 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 Keep hope alive!
Oh, there you go. Y'all just seen that. I think that was him.
Alive! Keep hope alive!
Is that him right there?
I don't know.
Maybe not.
Keep hope alive! Keep hope alive! Keep hope alive!
Look at this. A lot of Somalians, Asians, Hispanics. It's the voters' right for immigrants, illegal immigrants in Selma.
See, that's another one of his sons.
Oh, my. He just has an array of sons from all walks of life.
Keep hope alive! Keep hope alive! Keep hope alive!
That's him. Yusuf Jackson. That's him. That's him.
There you go, Richard. Richard, you got to understand, y'all boomers and y'all illegitimate ass children. Y'all be having kids everywhere. All right. Nonetheless, here we are.
Yusuf Jackson, the son of Reverend Jesse Jackson. There you go, Yusuf. So he got at least three kids out them pulled up. Shout out to Jesse. The legend reigns true. Jesse's out here chasing Kuda Kata. Hey, every man got a vice. May rest in peace.
Minnesota está presente. Se siente. Minnesota está presente. Se siente. Minnesota está presente. Somebody! 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 Oh, deep in my heart.
Oh, they wild. Blasphemy.
I remember when I lost my mind.
We got people from all over the world. We shall overcome. Look at my Somalian brothers and sisters, my Mexican brothers and sisters. All right. Yeah.
No, absolutely not.
FDMG Academy.
Absolutely.
Hit the cash out, my friend.
See, this is the disrespect. They out here trying to reenact some old Negro spiritual. Do you not understand? Our ancestors that were working those tobacco, soy, and cotton fields, building the financial foundation of America, they were singing and praying on going on to glory. The white man had instilled in them that the only heaven they was going to experience was after they got worked to deletion. That's where those hymns come from. That's deep blues, deep down into your bone marrow. Y'all ain't got that. Ain't for you. That ain't for you at all.
Yeah, and just even listen to the tone. There's no soul in that. Like, you know, I think I heard a couple accents or whatever. So yeah, these are our Negro spirituals. These are what we created, and so y'all don't even sound right singing it. And here's the thing: if 5-10 years ago you guys were out here protesting and doing this, it's only when ish got janky and when ish got real. Now all of a sudden you want to march. Now all of a sudden you want to sing the hymnals. Now all of a sudden we're all black. But before y'all were, I'm not black, I'm Caucasian, I'm a Somalian or whatever. So miss me with all this stuff. Don't try to cosplay with it about our lineage and stuff like that. This is not okay. This is the disrespect that we're talking about because it's not genuine. Like we can just even hear it in their tone. This is not genuine. This is all performative.
Well, the guy up here, the Somalian dude, ain't said a word because he don't know the damn words. He just got his phone out, TikToking the event. He trying to go viral. He ain't said a word because he don't know. He ain't got no struggle.
I couldn't be a part of it. I'm too extreme with mine. Y'all all want to do this? I need a blood sacrifice from all y'all. Put your hand out. God dang it. You want to be black so bad? Shed some blood on this soil like we did. Put your hand out.
And y'all see the sign. It says we. There's that we, that we the people. Okay, we got to watch out for this language, y'all. This ain't it.
Shout out to Project Leroy. Says, run that back, Gavin X. I saw the Somali pirate.
That's him right in the front here. It's wild.
I'm the captain now. Shout out to G Reed, I'm guessing. Says, they love that wee. Yes, they do. Shout out to Tony Davis. Good to see you, brother. Been a member for 2 months. Says random. Kim K did more for us than Jesse.
Oh, and Jesse.
Okay. Kim Kardashian, man, relax.
You a liar.
That's a lie. Shout out to Tony.
Shout out to Freddie Howard. Appreciate you. It gets harder and harder. Appreciate you, Rachel. Says Mr. Walker, Jesse had a daughter, Ashley, in 1999 out of wedlock too. Jesse was clapping cheeks. I get it.
Yeah. Okay.
Appreciate you, OG Richard, coming through like you do. Says, we boomers in Chicago know both the Jackson families, Jesse and Michael. If you know, you know. Shout out to Richard. Did you know that one?
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
There we go. Hit the like button.
I do believe
not buying it.
We shall overcome someday.
This is the most disrespectful thing I've seen so far in 2026. Let me read to y'all what it said on the sign, the big black sign with the white letters. It says, "We the people" means all people. And it says at the bottom, Immigrant Defense Network. This is All Lives Mattering Us. And it's done at the hands of people of color and deeply melanated immigrants. The Somali community has assembled immigrants, Latinos, I've seen a few European immigrants up in there, and immigrants from all over the world to hijack the civil rights movement. If this is not utterly disrespectful, disgraceful, and dangerous to you as a Black American, then you need to wake the fuck up. This all-inclusive kumbaya, this is out the door. These people are here to replace you. They are here to replace you. Now, no one is saying that they can't stand up for themselves, but what do you mean fight for our rights? And you're doing it under the guise of civil rights? Being an illegal immigrant is not adjacent, nor is it synonymous with your civil rights or your civil liberties being infringed upon. You do not have any rights in the country if you are not a United States citizen. It is a crime. Hence the term illegal. Then at the
and part of it is, like you say, in their mind, they think we coming into the country the same way y'all did. And it's not true. Y'all don't understand the rite of passage we had to go through just to be here. All right. For the people that was already here, I'm talking about the journey, that 400 years. You can't come here and fill out some paperwork. No, go pick some cotton. Go do something. Let me see what you about. Go spend hundreds of years atoning and we'll consider it.
They can't do it, but we can speed up the process. It's all about the bloodshed. Put your hand out. You want to come join the band? Shed a little bit of blood. You so serious? Because this is it's that serious of a situation. This ain't no damn social group, social gathering. I know what this is. I can't take it seriously. And and again, like the sister said in this daggone video, they are hijacking it. We as FBA melanated folks will go through all this trouble trying to help someone else. They will get help. And we will be left to the wayside, discarded once again. Thank you, FBAs. So we got the Somali law. We got, they forgave our fraudulent charges. We good. We appreciate y'all for all the fuss. Just so y'all know, we still ain't Black.
Right. And this is exactly why we are not out there fighting. Like the sister said on the video, illegal means it's against the law. It's a crime. And so we don't promote any of that. If you're here illegally and you're not doing the right things, you got to go. And that goes for anybody from any country. Like we're just choosing to delineate, and that just is what it is. And just the disrespect, like we just keep talking about, it's just all cosplaying and it's all in bad faith. And it's all not legit. Now, if you guys were coming with some genuine type, wanting to really combine and do something for real, but this is just not that. And it's unfortunate, but y'all got to go.
Bottom, it says Immigrant Defense Network. No one is doing anything to inherently harm immigrants. If you have your paperwork together, if you're not doing anything illegal, then chances are you're just living your life. And what really perturbed me the most, what really disturbed Anita Owusa, the fact that Somali man stood up there and said, the movement has transformed from them and then to us and now. They're blatantly saying, fuck you, Black American. Civil rights, which your ancestors fought for, bled for, died for, got hung for. We were getting unalived to even go when we were voting. A lot of us were not even claiming our heritage so that we could keep our lives. We left our towns and our communities behind so that we could stay alive and keep our lineage going. Those of us who are still alive today, we are the ones that survived. We are the ones that made it through. We are the product of the ones that fought and prevailed. So for these immigrants to come over here, this is making me so angry. Like, I feel very emotional. I have to calm down. But for these immigrants to come over here and steal a movement that was created, curated, fought for, and literally built on the bloodshed of our.
Yeah, for them to hijack and cosplay this is beyond egregious. You know, at this point, the first thing y'all should do is come to, you know, us melanated folks here in this country that been here, the FBAs, and ask us how y'all can be of service to us. Ask us, what do we need? Because we are at the wheel, we the leaders. We ain't following y'all. Y'all can't come hijack a movement. You can come ask how you can be of service at best.
They said they the captain now. They ain't serving nobody. They too fed into a trick. I think I said it before. I believe all these Somali folks got over here for votes. The Dems, the Vote Blue, no matter who coalition, invited them over, bust them and all that in with open arms just to get a vote, gave them resources and everything just for this to happen. All of this was planned. We need to just get out the way and let what's about to transpire. They about to be gone. It ain't our fight.
Yeah, and like Gavin, like you said, it's time for them to show up for us. There's no more us coming to your marches or us trying to fight for you. What are you going to do for us? And then once we see you guys moving differently, and I'm talking about all immigrants, then maybe we will decide to you know, start to do things with y'all again. But for right now, this one-sided thing is a wrap. And so in order for us to come around, y'all need to do your part, or you're on your own, and it is what it is.
Man. And
shout out to Phoenix. We appreciate you. Says you guys are racist and separatists. You have lost a subscriber. You will never get anywhere with that mindset.
Man. I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch. Your thoughts ain't my thoughts.
Ultimately, but it was nice having you. Shout out to Brother Divine. Says foreigners always have something against FBAs, but yet want to cosplay us, of course. Be grateful for the FBAs that paved the way for you, not discourage us. Amen.
Man.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Oh, Phoenix, you're back. Says, find God. If you think like separatist demons, you are only truly Christians, followers of Joshua. God bless. Whatever.
Yeah, and we don't even want to talk about Christians, Phoenix, because your clan, your suspected clan ancestors were the opposite of what Christians are. So we don't even want to go there.
It's hilarious, Phoenix. Phoenix, you should come up. You are welcome, Phoenix. You could come up on here and give your opinion, you know, respectfully, and we'll let you. We ain't separatists or demons.
Man.
Change is coming. The sun will rise again. America, wake up. White people, wake up. Look at your country. Look at what it's become.
Oh, here we go.
Shout out to No Contendo. We appreciate you. Says, my parents are immigrants. Says, I like to call in.
Okay, there we go. We're about to drop the link here shortly.
Appreciate your Project Leroy. Says, flush this million musty march down the pit.
Yeah, as far as Jesse Jr., they definitely to the pit.
Out of there.
Man.
Madness. Fuck is you talking about?
This is Sparta!
You got to know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to walk away, know when to hide. You gotta count your blessings. You're sitting at the table. You hear me?
Ooh, child, things will get brighter.
My daggone mouse is acting up. I can't mute myself. Just why I'm having trouble mute myself.
Okay. Well, here we are. We've been talking about all night. FBA versus everybody. Is unity a lie? What's black? There's a lot of questions. Like we said, we see y'all in the chat. We definitely going to be dropping this link. I'm going to pull this next video up. We're going to get this link out.
Shout out to the detractors. Don't be scared now.
Worlds are often misunderstood and at odds, misunderstand each other by design. You know what I mean? We see in this moment when there's so much divide between Black Americans and African people. Obviously, so much collaboration, but the divide is also great, and that's by design. You know what I'm saying? So through music and through my talent, through my art relationships, that festival was a physical representation of building that bridge, which I think is a lot of what I seek to do. You know what I'm saying? Is like to illustrate and show the commonality between us, because it only benefits the oppressor for us to be beefing.
And what's cool too is it also pays homage to the original Black Star Line.
Exactly.
Which I thought, obviously the movement was to bridge the gap, to bring people together, to going back and forth. And one of the coolest things looking this up that I thought was the fact that not only was the concert and the festival free, but then you guys also got a deal with United Airlines to be able to allow people to come back and forth or to be able to travel to Ghana, so there wasn't like a financial burden to get there. Like, how did that happen? How did you guys coordinate that with, with an airline to be able to make sure that, the tickets were discounted, or there was the discount to get to Ghana?
Yeah, well, United Airlines is based in Chicago. So that was really how the connection came about.
Yeah.
And the airfare was one of the main ways that they exploit us, Ever since it got popping to go back to Ghana, Nigeria, these flights are insane.
I was going to go for Deti December. I told you.
$7,000.
No.
Right, the tickets.
$13,000.
Come on, man.
13,000?
13,000. I'm not.
Yeah. So that's another part of it. They don't want us to have that connection, and they will do anything, especially to stop poor people from going back to Africa. They say you could go back if you're rich. If you can afford this $13,000 ticket, more than likely you don't want to live there. You love America. But if the tickets was $300 and people in the projects can go, they may never come back. So there's where it lies. You can't even afford to leave.
Right. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like they want us to come for the tourism and everything but they want us to come with the bread. That's what it is. It's all about the money. It's all about coming over. What can you do for me? It's that same mindset. What can you do for me? What can you do for us? And so that's, what we have a problem with. Sure, people go over there and travel. And I heard that the festivals over there are fantastic and everything. But let's be clear. Y'all don't really rock with us as a whole like that. And you guys don't really want us over in your space unless it's for tourism. And that just is what it is. That's just what's real.
Yeah, that's wild. He said $13,000 for a ticket. Ooh.
$13,000.
It was $7,000. I was like, yo, man, I think I'm going to try Nigeria. $7,000. I think I'm going to go to Jersey. There's Nigerians over there. I was like, man, they go for real, bro. It's insane.
I used to go like this week, 900. You know what I mean? Week of 900 round trip.
Yeah, right.
As soon as it got popping. Now it's like we don't own the airlines, and so that's one of the main ways that they economically exploit us, is they see that we have connectivity, we got the will, the desire to be there, and they're like, okay, cool. $11,000.
How do we keep them from going?
And you guys were able to
old price. That's like that motherfucker Dave Chappelle when he's getting that haircut.
Oh yeah.
And he like, man, how much I owe you, man? He like 11,000.
I think it's like, is that what you gonna pay me? Yeah, all right, cool. Oh, you gonna pay it? Good, man.
And people are probably paying it.
Man, I sat with it. I was like, man, because I want to take the whole family. It wasn't $13,000 from. It was $13,000 per person.
Oh hell
And I'm sitting and I'm going. Wait a second. I said, I ain't going this time.
One at a time.
I was like,
Can we get a payment plan on a plane ticket?
But for you guys to do that, I mean, I think that was super dope, because you guys.
Yeah, that's wild. So if you want to take a family of 4 over in Nigeria, Ghana, that's about 40, 50,000 in airfare. That's wild.
And there we go. Yeah, just like I was saying, I can't go.
Mic off, Mr. Walker.
Mic off?
It don't sound like you're coming through your mic.
Okay, hold up.
Go ahead. Abby.
Yeah. And see, that's the thing with, with us coming over there. Like I said, you guys, they want us to come over with a real bag. There should be no reason why for a family of 4 or 5, you got to spend 50 bands just to come over there to vacation. Like, look how they're getting over just for the airfare. But think about all of the other things that they're going to be taxing you on, because there is a local price and there is a tourist price for everything, for food, for traveling, for excursions, all that. And so they're always going to be pinching out your money and stuff. So that's just something that you have to be prepared for. And like I said before, if they really wanted us over there, they would make sure that it's easy for us to be able to come over there and make something happen.
There you go. Mic check. How's that?
Sound good.
There we go. Yeah, there we go. Okay, I'm back. And that's what I was saying. If you really about us coming over there, make it affordable for everybody, not just our 40 grand for an airplane flight, not just for our elite. They want the elites to come over. No.
Here's my question. Do we not think that is, I think it is white man controlling them prices. I don't think the Africans have anything to do with it. Or very little. I think white man like y'all can't leave unless you got this money you can afford to leave this country.
There you go. That's a semi-conspiracy. Why we can't prove it, but it's most likely true. Yeah, nothing is by happenstance today. Shout out to AI, shout out to the FBI, CIA. Yeah, they cannot, we've said this, they cannot afford for the vast majority of the resourceful FBAs to leave. This nation crumbles, and it probably stopped being protected too. I believe if all FBA folks left, man, outside of the economy just crashed, I think every other nation would just lay waste to the U.S.
And like Devon or Richard said, demand drives up prices. And like he was saying, they see more and more people going to Africa, going to Ghana, Nigeria, and they sat back and said, no, we're going to jack these prices up before they get some bad ideas.
And bad ideas. Give us free.
Yeah, and with you all talking about us FBAs just up and going. First of all, this is our home. We ain't going nowhere. But if we did, we would take the whole soul of this country. What kind of food would you guys eat? And what music would you listen to? How would you guys dress? Guarantee wherever we are, whatever country or continent we're on, guarantee that people are going to be coming back just to see what we got going on, especially the white people, because they claim that they don't want us around them, but yet and still they're always all up in our business. Yet and still everybody's always in our conversations and always trying to figure out what we have to do. So without us, there is no soul to this country.
Y'all food gonna be just abysmal. No more tendernism. Y'all gonna be eating peas and sticky wickets, straight British cuisine.
Yeah, straight tuna noodle casserole and Rice Krispie treats. How are y'all gonna live off that? So it ain't gonna work.
Man, so here we go. So this brother here, I guess he's describing some concert he had in Nigeria.
Had 52,000 people show up to that concert. And
I think many people don't know that at Ghana's Independence Day celebration, Martin Luther King and Coretta Scott King attended. That's something I bring up all the time when the disagreement and misunderstandings between Black Americans and Africans are rising to the front of the conversation. Is like, yo, our solidarity, our connection is long standing. You know what I'm saying? Like don't nobody hate on Martin Luther King now.
Right. Now.
Hated on,
it's always afterwards.
He was the most hated man in America.
The most hated man in America. But now obviously, he's ubiquitously celebrated as a hero amongst all communities. And of course, Black people hold him dear. And so I point to Martin Luther King and Coretta Scott King and say, yo, they were at Ghana's Independence Day celebration.
1957.
Standing with Kwame Nkrumah, welcoming Ghana to become the first independent nation in Africa at that time, in West Africa at that time.
And it was a massive deal. It was a massive
deal. You know what I mean? Like, we've been united, we've been connected. It's just fools that are like pushing a narrative right now that just have a lot of,
I think it's a lot of propaganda, divide and conquer. That's a lot to do with it. White man does a good job of it. And I think the Africans have bought into it much more than us. There's no hatred coming from our way. It's all a one-sided thing, like Ebony been saying. Like, they want us to help them, but they don't want to help us. They don't like us. But that's just what it is.
It's not being separatist. There's nothing with us defining us, people defining who we are, when who we are has been stripped from us. It is what it is. A lot of us have identity crisis via the psychological and chemical warfare that was bestowed upon us. It is what it is. There's nothing wrong with us wanting to say we're FBA, Foundational Black American. This is what we stand for. This is where we come from. That's not saying that, we're better than you or that we can't work together. What we are saying is respect our struggle. That's all. Something that seems to continue to be disrespected. And for whatever reason, whether it's folks just don't know, just pure innocent ignorance, or American propaganda. Understand that America has not been, broadcasting what they did to us over here to other nations. There's other nations don't even know about certain genres of music that we have. Like neo soul. I think I told you guys before. I played neo soul in front of somebody in college, some foreigner, and they were mind blown. Erykah Badu, Raheem Devon, just good soulful music, country music. And it was like, what is this? What is this? I said, this is R&B, neo soul. And they were like, I never heard this. And I said, you never heard this in your country, wherever it was at. It wasn't some strange far off land. I can't remember where it was. They said, no, all we know is rap. That's what you guys do, rap. Says that's not all we do. So understand that. A lot of these folks really have no idea who we truly are and what we truly been through. It's pure ignorance.
Right. And look at like the things they always bring up. It's always what we did 50, 60 years ago. He's talking about Martin Luther King going over, when Ghana got its citizenship. It's always us doing the things. And again, I'll always stress it, just because we are deciding to focus on our own lineage, it does not mean that we're separatists or that we're divisive. How come you guys weren't calling us divisive during civil rights? And when you guys were even able to come over here as immigrants, we weren't divisive then. We were the ones paving the way for you guys to do that. So just because we're focusing on ourselves, it doesn't mean that, we don't want anything to do with you. Every other group gets to focus on themselves. Every other group gets to name themselves. Every other group gets to do that. But it's only when we decide to do it now because the benefits are going away. We're not co-signing anything anymore. We're not backing up anything anymore. If the votes aren't for us, then we're not voting for things anymore. And that's what people have a problem with. It's not who we are. It's what we're not doing for them anymore. And those days of the freebies are over. It's time for other people to start doing for us. Start voting for our rights and the things that we want, our reparations and our crime bills and the things. All the other groups got crime bills and stuff. All the other groups got some form of reparations or whatever. All we're asking is for the same thing. And that's what we're going to focus on. So.
And there we go. And the link is out there. Anybody want to come up? You must be on camera. The link is in the chat. I'm gonna pull this next video up because once we keep diluting the water, then we get here. Shout out to the new Black Panther Party. Oh boy.
Paul Birdsong from the Black Lion Party for International Solidarity. It's March 12th, 2026. The Black Lion Party, along with the White Lion Party and the New Africa Black Panther Party, and a couple other interested civilians decided to show up.
Hold on. Black Panthers, White Lions, Cracker Jacks. What the hell is going on? Now, oh my God.
Did you say White Lions? I don't know. Again, we must be careful. Are we being too inclusive? Is it, what's the desired outcome? OG Richard, are we being too inclusive or is this an adaptation? Are we moving forward or are we making the same mistakes?
Hello, everybody.
Hey, Richai.
So
I was gonna say, turn your mic down a little bit, OG. You coming in hot.
Oh, I'm coming in blazing, huh? All right. Yeah. Is that better?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I think there's no gatekeeper. That's what I think. Allowing these renegade groups, just like this group on the screen, and those renegades that was marching on the Edmund Pettus Bridge with not Jesse Jackson Jr. There's no gatekeeper, right? Who knows how much these people paid this guy because Jesse Jackson Jr.
You cutting out now.
But we heard you say there's no gatekeepers.
there's no gatekeepers. That's what I believe. For our legacy organizations, although our legacy grassroots organizations, like the Black Panthers, right? Am I still cutting out?
Yeah, yes, you are a little bit. Who do you think should be? Who should be the gatekeeper?
Let's see if we get this mic fixed first. Let's see if we get the mic fixed before we keep going.
But I can agree with that. That there's no one gatekeeping. All right, but who's supposed to be the gatekeepers? Why wasn't this responsibility passed down? Or was it? What's going on? Welcome in, No Contendo, Ichiban, Leon King the Great.
I'll get you in first, Ichiban. We talking before we get into this video. I don't know how much you watched tonight. But hold on. All right, let's do this first. If you're coming up, make sure y'all mics is good. You got to turn off all YouTube on all your devices. So if you're watching YouTube on your computer or your phone, make sure you turn that off and just have StreamYard. That's all you need. So I'm going to get you in, Ichiban. What's your take? FBA versus everybody. Is unity a lie?
You got it.
You on a delay? You on a 10-second delay, Ichiban? Come on, fellas. Y'all got to have it together. Listen, this is a live show. If y'all coming up here, we want y'all to come up, but don't just come up if you ain't ready. Like, you can't just be getting off the toilet and click the link. Y'all got to be ready.
How's my mic now? Is it?
You ain't ready. Nah, you still a little.
Oh, yes. It's staticky, OJ. I don't know why. It's real poppy. It's popping.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's
no. Yeah, still popping.
Come
on,
how we
man.
doing? I need to adjust my preamp. I had to come back.
Okay, we hear you, Itchy. Go ahead. What you got, Itchy Bon? Oh, this is diabolical. Yeah, No Contendo. What you got, brother?
I'm experiencing a delay.
Yeah, you are.
Holy shit.
Man. What you got, No Contendo? Welcome in, brother.
Thank you for having me. Good evening to everybody. My parents are immigrants. I grew up in the U.S., so I might have a different take on this. I've grown up in a few
also
countries.
speak up a little bit, brother. You grew up in the U.S.
Sorry.
Your parents are immigrants.
Yes, sir. My parents are immigrants. I don't know if anybody else in the chat has immigrant parents. What I can say is I've lived in the U.S. I've lived in Canada, so I've seen many things from many aspects, if you will. And my parents, they've had their opinions. Some of it can be questionable, but they do call out ratchet behavior because it reflects on all of us. When you have Black people that act ridiculous in the streets, like the videos that you guys profile, these white people, these other groups, whether it be Chinese, Korean, what have you, we're all niggers to them when we act like goddamn idiots in the streets, right? When we are very successful, we are passing our place. We're uppity, you know what I'm saying? And we're still, why is that nigger getting ahead? They don't say, why is this Jamaican?
Easy with the N-word.
Sorry, I apologize. When they say, why is this darky getting ahead? Why is this darky in this Mercedes and I'm still in my 1982 F-150 or my K car? You know what I'm saying? They don't try to delineate who is immigrant versus who's FBA. This is something that I think is very dangerous that we do as a community, because again, you can't tell that my parents are immigrants unless I tell you. But at the same time, we could work together. We can build generational wealth as Black people. Why are we fighting against each other?
Well, no, we've touched on that. We've said that Mr. X has said that specifically, that no matter where you from, yes, the Caucasians look at us all the same. Agreed. So there's really no dispute there. That's agreed.
I was gonna say it comes down to respect, is what a lot of stuff we've been hitting on. A lot of folks that come here don't understand the struggle, and they think we are all equal and we just stand in line together, where they should be asking more questions and showing more respect to the people that's been here, because y'all just, most people don't. Like, you may be up like Godfrey and so many other people can understand, but the vast majority of people they come to America and they're prisoners of the moment. They like, it's 2026, we got the internet, all right, we free. But That wasn't always the case.
But
Can I
now,
follow
no
up?
Nintendo. What exactly is your what are you saying different from us? What are we saying that you don't necessarily agree with?
Well, mind you, I probably started watching this live stream in the last 10, 15 minutes, so I probably might miss something, right? So I'm not going to say that I saw everything that you guys were saying. When you guys were talking about the Somalians, in my city, yeah, we got Somalians too, right? And they do try to, from what I've seen, at least online, from what I've seen, they do try to adopt the Jamaican culture, if you will, right? They'll use our slang, they'll eat our food, right? And then you have some of them, not all. You have some of them that will act a fool. I can't hear your mic, Mr. Walker. I can't hear your mic. You said something.
I'm not saying anything.
Okay, my bad. I'm watching the TV. My bad. My bad. My bad. Yeah. You have the Somalians. They'll come in here. Not, and some of them will be extremely successful. Go to university, do very well for themselves, right? Africans too. There is absolutely, in my opinion, there is, how would I say this? It's very seldom that you will see a African immigrant family, whether they're from Cameroon, whether they're from Ghana, whether they're from Botswana. It is usually, majority of the time, you will see a mother, you will see a father, and you will see kids underneath that family tree, and it's a functional family. This happens in the Caribbean too. This is why some, not all, but some people that come from the Caribbean will look at Black Americans and say, how do you guys have all this potential, all of this opportunity ahead of you, yet
There
you
we go.
squander it?
Right there. How do we have
Go ahead.
all this potential? See, and that's the disrespect. Again, as FBAs, brother, I don't know how much Black American culture you have experienced, but are you aware that we have experienced chemical and psychological warfare on this land?
The British did it to us too before they, you know what I'm saying? Like,
I'm gonna let them have you. I'm gonna step away. What you got, Anthony?
No Contendo. What if you don't mind me asking, what country is your family from?
Jamaica.
Okay, Jamaica. Because I understood that when you came in, you were talking about like pointing to our behaviors and everything. And
not all.
Okay, but I'm just saying Black people as a whole, because you came in strong with the Black people in America. And so I've definitely been to Jamaica. I've been to other Caribbean islands, and there is actually degeneracy in all cultures and all countries. There's
Yes.
definitely a lot of drugs and crimes and gang prostitution, all that in your homeland. And so that's the disrespect that Mr. Walker is talking about, is coming over and pointing your fingers as if there isn't any crime and degeneracy and all that. A lot of that grinding and all that winding and all that came from Jamaica, and with twerking and all that stuff. So we just can't be putting it all on just American Black people. So that's kind of what we talk about, when we talk about just showing respect to our lineage. And then when you talk about us, act as if there isn't degeneracy that goes on in your home country as well.
But that's the thing, that it happened to us too. That's like all lives matter, and that's pretty much like F y'all. It happened to us too, and it's okay, brother. You have shown that you don't understand our struggle. That's all. I ask questions to get an understanding. The fact that you responded, the British did it to us too. You good, brother.
Okay. But now, to be fair and to give further context to it, right? I was on a call with Tommy Sotomayor many, many years ago, and I asked him this question: where did it start? Hopefully, that's something where we can have someone, maybe one of the older gentlemen, can chime in, because I would love to know when this started. Or more so, when was the epicenter, the chicken or the egg? Was it the Caribbean? Was it Africa? That's something I would love to know, right? I'm not going to sit here and say there are no problems in the Caribbean.
Yes, it don't matter where or when it first started. That has nothing to do with what happened here on U.S. soil. It don't matter when, where, why. Like what happened here, the atrocities that happened on U.S. soil, they were making shoes out of us, brother.
Yeah, and the gator bait.
Yeah, the babies. Amen. So, and that right there, the fact that you can say that so cavalier is part of the disrespect. I often say when folks speak about our struggle, it would be, kind to put a little somber tone instead of gator bait. We're talking about putting babies down by the riverbank for gators to chew on them.
Yes, I'm aware of it. I'm aware of it. It's not right. It's not right. I'm just saying I'm aware of it because you have a lot of immigrants. If you were to ask a Somalian wouldn't know most Somalians wouldn't know what gator bait is.
Well, here's the thing. I'll get you in here, Richard. The first thing, because I want to get to the net of your argument. First thing you come up, you say we should not be as separate as we are. We need to be more Pan-African mindset, not delineate. And like you from Jamaica, you are just like us here. We are all equal.
No, my parents, not me. Sorry, man.
Okay. So is that what the understanding is, though, that we should not be delineating?
We have a lot more to gain working with each other as opposed to say, okay, this person's from Ghana, I can't work with them. This person's from St. Lucia, I can't work with them. We're stronger together.
I agree with that. I think it come down. I said this earlier in the show. I'm not opposed to working with anybody. It just got to be respect in the room, and you can't come here and not acknowledge, what we have been through. Don't be a prisoner of the moment. Like, oh, LeBron James, oh, Tiger Woods, y'all doing good. Where there's so much more to it.
Okay, if I may, I want to hit on some names here, right? And forgive me for bringing up this name. I ain't trying to stir up nothing too crazy. But Marcus Garvey, you know what I'm saying? From when he was here in the early 1900s. Yeah, he was exiled, but he himself is an immigrant. You got Shirley Chisholm, you got Stokely Carmichael, you got Harry Belafonte, Eric Holder, right? Godfrey himself, who you guys just mentioned, he's an immigrant. Busta Rhymes, when he doesn't speak with his accent, if you knew where Busta Rhymes was from, you know what I'm saying? You got a lot of immigrants who then turn around, work with and employ Americans or FBAs. We don't hate you. At least I don't. I can speak for myself because I identify. That's where the hell I grew up. I don't hate black people. Maybe, and I can't speak for you guys, but there's a difference between a black man and a goddamn N-word. There's a difference. I'm pretty sure we can agree on that. The N-words make it hard for black people to get ahead. They are the problem. And maybe that is what people misconstrue when a lot of immigrants come to North America and say we can't stand, and they may say we can't stand black people. They're probably talking about the goddamn Pookies and the Keishas.
And that's understood. But here's the thing: just trying to give more context and give better vision into how it's perceived. I couldn't imagine going over to China, and being over there with the opioid crisis they got going on, folks perishing in the streets, and like, y'all some lazy Asians. And I have no idea why they going through and what their government done did to them. You see what I mean? It's like if you can't empathize, sympathize, you didn't come from it. Don't be so quick to judge. That's why, Gavin X, we have the right, the privilege, the leeway to judge. We come directly from the people that we judge. We ain't from the outside looking in. We were Pook Nug. We were Little Nuglet. We were raised by Bone Quisha. So it's a different energy when we talk about it compared to, respectfully, a foreigner or a person with a foreign outlook. It's okay to not like it, but it's just the outward disrespect.
There we go. I'll let you get in, Ebony. Then I want to get Richard Lee on in. What you got?
Okay, and I just wanted to ask him as well. He was talking about we're better together. when we're all together. And I would just like to know when that ever was. When were we all together and fighting, as one and doing all that? I'm just not sure of a time that I can recall in this country where we were all together and everybody was working and trying to build with one another. When did that happen?
Yeah, because when we was getting strung up by trees, when no one know the nation or country coming to help us. Like nobody talks about when we were being strung up by trees day after day after day, mass lynchings. No other country or nation came over and said, y'all need to stop that. So like Ebony decided, I want to know too, when we really were working together, when we truly needed it.
Okay, two questions came up, and I'm glad you asked that question, Ms. Dean, because maybe if we did work together like we should, Black people wouldn't be in the economic position that we are in. North America as a whole. That speaks for the U.S., Canada, what have you, because you have other groups that can come in, work together, like the Chinese, the Koreans, even the people them from Nepal and other small tiny ass countries can come to North America. They form up with their little cliques and little pockets, and they get ahead.
With government funding that's not available. With government funding that's not available to us.
Yep, I will give you that, because it'd be a complete lie to act as if the government works with us as a people, Black people. It's not immigrants Black immigrants alone. How would I word that? What's the right term I'm looking for?
They don't work with FBAs.
Yeah, when did it happen? When in history did that ever happen?
Okay, there you go. And that's why I'm saying we do need to work together, because if we did work together, we can get a lot more done. Other groups know how to work together. I honestly wish there was a day.
You are a false prophet, and security, take him out of here.
Shout out to Don Jeter. Dropped $100 in the Cash App. Says boot this tether.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Don Jeter. Took you long enough, Ninja. Shout out to Don Jeter, our first big sponsor ever, man. Ever come on the show and really give a big donation. Shout out to Don Jeter. Took you long enough, though. Took you long enough. Shout out to the brother for coming up, voicing, his opinion. But I hope I did some justice trying to explain to the brother, like, come on, man. Put some soul in it when you talk about our struggle. That's the problem. Everybody, you guys not taking advantage of the opportunities. That was wild. I get it though.
The thing is, I would say don't be triggered by them. It's just rooted in a lot of ignorance.
That's all.
That's all. And ignorance is not a bad word. It simply means you do not know.
Yes.
So I said this the other day, you got to sort of meet people where they at. And the brother clearly, either he's ignorant or he's, something else. I ain't gonna say on YouTube, but I think he just don't know all the There's Black people grew up in this country who don't know the damn struggle.
Amen.
So I wouldn't expect, folks from other countries. The thing is, y'all need to try and go the extra mile to understand. That's the problem.
There you go. Agree, brother. Appreciate your internet passport. Says with the RER, he is suspicious. Check the headline. Shout out to the brother coming up. Shout out to Uncle C's. Don't be heated, Unc. Says I'm heated. Never in world history has a Black American gone to any country, set up in their community, make money off their culture, and then turn around and talk ish about said community after we've made it. Never. Again, like you said, ignorance, just not knowing. That's why I asked the brother a question. I said, are you aware? And I told y'all, we walk out, we talk it. The way he answered it gave me all the answer I needed. They did to us too. Ignorance, and that's fine.
So there we go. Shout out to Uncle C's and Don Jeter coming through, sponsoring the show.
Appreciate
Come on, just bring it. I need you to stand up while y'all not moving. Come on. Don't make me push. Thank you, sir. There go money. She's touching you. Where they get that money? Where they get that money? I can see money from a long way.
Elder Gregory Kelly,
That's right. Come on.
$100.
Everybody get something in your hand. Come on and put it right here.
Elder Don Jeter, $100.
Oh, hold on, Ichiban. You got to close whatever features you got open on your phone or device. Shut down all the YouTube stuff. We getting feedback. All right. And no Contendo, it's $100 to come back. All right, if you want to come back to the stage.
Appreciate your project, Leroy. Says Mayor Wes Moore of Baltimore, and he's Jamaican, and he voted against reparations for FBAs. Don't get me started with Kalama cosplaying as Jamaican. Shout out to Bathtub Greens.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
So we'll get you in, Richard. We'll get you in first. What you got, brother? Let's try this again.
Yeah, let's try this again. I noticed that the other guy's mic was popping too. The one that just got booted out.
Now turn yours up. Now it ain't popping. Now you just real low.
Okay.
Oh, Ichiban. Ichiban, you gotta close all your tabs out, brother. All your YouTube tabs. You gotta close them. Here, where you at? Say something, Ichiban.
He still got that 10-hour delay.
Come on, brother. Go ahead, Richard. Go ahead, Richard.
Is it better now? Is it up louder now?
Go ahead, good.
Okay. So, but anyway, that guy was all over the place, man. The internet is a dangerous place for those who don't read, don't study, and don't do any research because they spread false information. So, I think that, I know I go on and look for stuff, and I try to get succinct with the research and get the information, because stuff gets repeated on the internet, just like he was talking, this guy, he was all over the place. But, when or where did it start? Come on, stop that. It started with slavery, okay? There's a conspiracy here in America. I hope I can say this without getting anybody banned. That
I would say if you guys see that, you probably shouldn't say it. If
FBA blacks here in America for centuries, there's a conspiracy for us not to succeed. We've seen it, how they burn down our towns, how they poison our people, and how they spread us around on Christmas trees. All right. We can look at our neighborhoods and see that, right? We can look at our communities and see the businesses in our communities, right? We can look down any street in the black community with the Martin Luther King Drive or Boulevard and see the vacant lots and abandoned homes, okay? Because the government is not investing into our communities. I can't name a bank. Well, there's one in Inglewood in Chicago, right? So I don't know what this guy's talking about, right? And he's talking about, Harry Belafonte and Buster. But man, I don't care about Buster Rhymes. There's people like John Henry Clark, Yusuf bin Yakiman, and Khalid Abdul Muhammad. Those were the people out there in the struggle doing stuff, as well as Martin Luther King. But they were preaching and talking the unity thing, right? And some of these people were from some islands, but that was back in the day, right? That was back in the day when they understood what the struggle was, right? They knew what the message was. So these people out here today, like these Joy Reeds and whoever else was on that freaking panel, those are busters, okay? They're here to create division, just like what happened during the Civil Rights Movement with Dr. Martin Luther King. I remember clearly as a kid, that there were people in the community that was sowing seeds of dissension of don't follow that man or he gonna get us in trouble, and everything's okay right now. Why he gonna stir up stuff? So they didn't understand what the message was. Okay, so so
and like you were saying, Richard, you were saying how what was it? We were built. Shout out to Rosewood and Black Wall Street. We built, we did, we went, we made, quick history lesson. We made something out of nothing. Once we were freed, we ran off into the swampland and the earth and marsh that nobody wanted. and made it happen. And still yet they came and deleted us, you know, and that's why to this day, like I said, we don't make excuses over here. Y'all know that. But we can acknowledge the daggone truth to this day. I recall talking to an old businessman in Braddock, and he said he was only going to do so much and become so successful because if he got too successful, the man would just bring him back down.
Exactly.
That Black Wall Street, that Rosewood mentality, if we build it, they will come and destroy it. That's still with us. And folks don't want to acknowledge that we've been through that. We have built and got destroyed, built and got destroyed. And then they just built stuff on top of us.
And I want to say this to Miss Ebony Dean. Thank you for talking to that guy. You asked him a couple of questions that he was just squirming in his seat, and he wanted to respond back to you with an answer, but his answer was 2 more questions. So he never really provided any response or answered the question because he don't know. I hope he's listening. He don't know. So his experiences are very limited. If he's a first generation American because his parents are from some Caribbean island, he's got a lot to learn. Okay, if he can only go back to Marcus Garvey, who probably who's a hero in the Caribbeans, well, that's fine. All right, we've gone past that right now. Okay, they don't even talk about Marcus Garvey in schools for Black history. So what is he talking about? Okay, but thank you for doing that, Ebony, because that guy was, and thank you, Don Jeter, because I couldn't get to my my laptop fast enough. Boot that guy off.
Your mic's still acting up, OG. Want to let you go. Your mic is still popping and low.
What you got, Leon? Get Leon King in. What you got, Leon?
Okay. Not gonna hold you guys. As you know that, I just had a birthday, so I'm 1 year older than I was last year.
Happy birthday, man.
Yeah. So I'm old.
Put them cigarettes down, man. All that smoke you got going on over there. You can call the fire department.
It'll take the task force for them to get in here. So, anyway, to me, I look at it as a simple equation. If you promise me something and you don't pay it, that means you owe me. Muddy Waters, where he recorded for a famous producer back in the day that came down to the Mississippi Delta and recorded Muddy, and he promised that he was going to give Muddy something like, I think, $20, but Muddy didn't get it. He wrote that man, he had someone write that man every week until he got it. Now, this was a big white producer. It was, this was before Muddy was famous. This was before even Muddy left the Mississippi Delta, moved up to Chicago. And he wrote that, he had someone write, because Muddy couldn't write all that well, couldn't read all that well, but he could play the hell out of a guitar. And the thing is this, is that the federal government owes our ancestors money. And I want to try to say it like Jackie Gleason said it in that movie Fast Eddie, where they were pool sharks. And he said, it was Paul Newman's manager, and it was one of the last scenes in the movie, and he said, Eddie, you owe me money. And the federal government, even Martin Luther King said, it didn't cost them anything to sign the Civil Rights Act. It didn't cost him a dime. So he was going for that money because he knew that the federal government made a promise, and the check bounced. And when the check bounces, somebody's coming to collect assets. So to me, it's a very simple equation that we need to let the federal government be in fear of us instead of us being in fear of them.
I gotta correct you. You said we gotta let them be in fear. Ain't no let. You gonna have to make them.
Exactly.
Yeah. And how do you do that? It's only two ways. We've said it. Pop quiz, Leon King. How do you make the Viking man fear you? Two things. Two right options. Two right answers. What you got?
You can go the hard way, or we can do it the easy way.
Fair. Lay it or money. There you go.
Now, there's a guy who has all the white people jumping and hollering for the last few days, and it's Afro Man because of what he did. And he's actually running for president. I'm not sure how serious he is, but he announced that he's going to run for president. And if he does run and he does get on the ticket, you know, I'm going to vote for him. You know. But
Is this camera on me?
Yes, it's on.
That's stupid. Use your common sense.
Not as stupid as putting a president in office who was crooked from the core, and everyone knew it. And I'm not talking about T-Money.
Oh, who you talking about?
I'm talking about Nixon.
Oh yeah, he's evil. He is evil. All of them evil.
Nixon was the one who started the DEA. Nixon was the one who was sweating in the 50s against JFK. You know, even though that was
that's what's up. I'm trying to remember, what did Mr. X ask you? What was his question to you?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. X.
No, what did you hear? He asked you something. You started talking about Nixon.
Oh, what did you say? I'm sorry, Mr. X. Please forgive me.
I don't know. It's your birthday, Leon. We just here.
I'm old, and I'm glad that you played at least one of the birthday songs. I wished you had played, you know, the Beatles' birthday, but hey, I played that myself, so that was cool. But
stay sober your whole birthday. Straight sober, no influences.
Sober? Ebony Dean, he doesn't know me very well.
I don't think so, and I don't think nothing about you is sober at all.
Look, what I just wanted to keep it simple to say that the federal government owes our ancestors, and they need to pay up. And
that's what you were saying. There we go. Back to that. There you go. Yeah, there you go.
And I do want to say one thing that I'm triggered about this panel tonight. I don't know who this motherfucker is over here, but when he tongue kissed that dog, I'm like, okay. Oh, see, you didn't see that. I saw it. When he tongue kissed the dog, I'm like, what the? So our ancestors would be rolling in their grave if we were to tongue kiss a dog or put life insurance or medical insurance or feed or wouldn't feed our dog chicken bones.
We We need to pick up a collection for his eye exam. We can go back and watch the video and see that nobody kissed the dog.
Dude,
But
when you get a dog that close to your mouth, I don't give a damn whether your tongue kissed him or shook his hand. Help! But that's a dog. That's a dog. Do he sit at the table and eat with you? Does he? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That is the greatest rock and roll band ever.
False.
Okay. Arguably, who, Mr.
I gotta give it to Led Zeppelin. If we're gonna talk about rock and roll, white boys, Led Zeppelin. Yeah,
You want to know why I say that the Beatles was the greatest?
No, man, they had no blues.
Was the greatest cover band. Cover band. The Beatles, when they did Sgt. Pepper and Didn't Look Back, I mean, we could really talk about it. But
can you talk about the Beatles and not mention Billy Preston?
Well, first of all, it was George Harrison that introduced the Beatles to Preston and all. And not to take anything away from Preston, but there was a bunch of fifth Beatles. I mean, you talking about Clapton? The Beatles loved Hendrix. If it wasn't for Paul McCartney getting on Monterey's board, Hendrix never would have been at Monterey. The Beatles loved Hendrix. Ozzy Osbourne said when he first heard Purple Haze, his mouth hit the floor. He knew from that moment on what he was going to be.
You know who the greatest rocker is?
Go back to praising the Beatles.
And we don't even have a statue of Jimi Hendrix at on the Washington Mall because the UK is people don't even know. People think they listen to Hendrix. They don't know nothing about Hendrix. White folks don't even listen to rock and roll anymore. And that's just the truth. White folks don't even listen to rock and roll anymore. They listen to pop, hip hop, R&B. They do not touch Cream, the Yardbirds, Hendrix, none of that. Led Zeppelin, AC/DC, Motorhead, none of that. Now the old heads still do, but for the most part, the younger generation have never even heard of Jimi Hendrix.
What you know about the Black Beatles, Leon? The Black Beatles, huh?
Yeah, shout out to Ray Shrimmer.
I mean, seriously. I mean, look.
You know who taught them all? Little Richard.
Look, Little Richard was the king of rock and roll.
Ah.
That was the king of rock and roll. And Elvis knew it. Elvis was the highest paid actor of the 60s. And they tried to destroy Little Richard, Chuck Berry. They tried to destroy anything. Do you know what the White Citizens Council was saying in the 50s concerning rock and roll.
What?
They said that blacks were going to destroy their children with that evil, misogynistic rock and roll. They tried to destroy Ray Charles, which I read the book when I was in elementary school, his book, but I'm glad that the movie came out. But the thing is this.
Well, listen, Leon, you know who the greatest is of all time?
Hey! Got to pay back.
That's what I'm talking about. See, you need to get CBS's 50 James Brown's greatest hits with CBS. There's 50 songs. There's 2 discs. And I've got his 70s box set as well as his 20 greatest hits. But I could play so much James Brown right now that it would run for over 8 hours. But the thing is, I'm not going to let people do not know how hard James Brown was. You got to have a quality stereo and speakers to listen to James Brown, or he's just going to bust your shit all up. By the time you get done, James is going to destroy your stuff, because James Brown, Mr. Dynamite, the Godfather. They didn't call him the Godfather of Soul. They call him Mr. Dynamite. And the thing is that James Brown's if you don't listen to James Brown, who do you listen to? James Brown, James Brown is the most sampled man in hip-hop history. James, people don't understand. It's like yesterday morning when the first CD I put in was Black Sabbath. And I was like, people just don't understand how good just writing your own songs, playing your own songs, cutting your teeth on touring on these. These guys now, all they do is sit on their computer, throw some AI together, and they got a hit song.
Stop hating, Leon. Listen, all day, listen.
Cash Money Records taking over for the 99 in the 2000s.
You don't know nothing about that.
Look, hold on.
Oh, Leon, what James Brown got to do with Trap Queen? Huh?
Hold on. Okay. Look, there's a lot that I don't know, but
facts.
There's just a little bit that I do know. And what little bit I do know, I know it. There's a whole lot I don't know, but there's just a little bit that I do know, and that little bit I hold on to.
Well, what you know about this? What you know about this?
She's a very kinky girl.
Oh, I grew up with that. I grew up with that. Look, that man, Mary Jane girls, that was about marijuana. That's why he named those girls that. That was about marijuana. Look, you need to listen to his early stuff. I mean,
all of them was talking about drugs and booze. Every artist you done named, maybe outside of Little Richard, was drunk and or high. Facts.
Okay, so there's not a thing called sex, drugs, and rock and roll.
Yeah, I'm saying, but you
know, fruity. Right. So, rock and roll allowed the everyday person who exercises talents to rise above the average person, to be able to do and to do basically what he felt like doing, and with whomever he felt like doing. doing it with. Like a lot of people don't know, Mick Jagger's only daughter is black. Her mother is a model. Is a model.
Is she FBA?
I don't know. But she was very beautiful, and he had a baby by her, and he denied it for so long. But now they have a very close relationship, like when Mick's girlfriend deleted herself.
Hey, Leon, that's what's up. So let me ask you, what does it mean to be black?
What does it mean to be black?
I was gonna say that was our birthday gift to Leon to let him derail the show.
Yeah.
Okay.
Happy birthday.
You know. All right. Go ahead, Leon.
Yeah, actually, I got that album.
I know you do.
I got it on cassette. The original on cassette. That I bought when I was a child.
Do the cassette tapes ever? They still unwind, and you got to put it back in with a pencil or a pen.
Yeah, if they unwind, yes.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, I've got cassette. I've got I've got DVD players that I play my music on, but I've got turntable, cassette player. I also got 45s albums. Anyway, okay, what does it mean to be black? James Brown said it like this. He said, "Say it loud. I'm black and I'm proud." And he did this in an entire studio full of white people and had them saying it too. You can look it up. So for me, when I was a kid walking around playing the Eagles on my boombox, I didn't think that this music made me anything because I understood where it came from. To me, it was the people that didn't listen to the music who had got away from rock and roll. Because I knew that rock and roll was created by the black man. So the thing is this: for me to be, I go to a white church, and when I say white church, someone asked me one time, said, "Leon, is your church mixed?" I said, "Yeah," when I walk in. But my blackness, right? I don't seek to be the greatest black anything, the greatest black lover, the greatest black person knowing about rock and roll or whatever. I seek to be the greatest me. My black.
The best part to waking up is being black as fuck. 'Cause that dark skin, baby, it's in.
Shout out to Project Leroy for his tender mercy. He says, "Happy birthday, Leon King. Take 5 to land your plane. Say it loud. Land your plane right now." Shout out his birthday gift. Shout out to Emmanuel Presley. Says, "Richard got that 5 and below. My first TikTok mic." Richard's mic usually on point. Just having a bad day.
And do we get this one?
Yeah, we got that one. Appreciate your Project Leroy. Appreciate you coming back through. He says, "For my Jamaican riders out there, look up Thomas Thistlewood to get a glimpse of slavery over in Jamaica. Keyword, bug breaking farm." My goodness, the bug bacon farms. My goodness gracious.
Man.
Appreciate your Project Leroy. Says, correction, Derby Doss. Okay. Derby Doss. Appreciate you, Sean. Says, "Happy birthday, Leon. Get you some big booty malefactors." Hi, Sean, no. Appreciate you, man. Says salute SBC. Love y'all. Still supporting. What's that? Hashtag reply G. Yeah, shout out to Sean and them big booty malefactors.
Wildly. So here we go. I'm gonna get you an itchy bond, and we're gonna start getting final thoughts. It's been a crazy one. Can you finally get in? I'm gonna unmute you or unmute yourself. The floor is yours, brother.
How about it? We got good audio?
Holy, yep, we can hear you. There you go.
Hey, now. Yeah, somehow or another, I always forget that the show is on in the background when I come into the quote studio. I've had that run into it there. Good evening. I was listening here and was concerned about a couple of different things I heard. One was exactly how we got here. It's kind of funny because it was something I'm sorry nobody else that seems to be of age seems to remember as to how things was going. You know, we were dealing with a civil rights crisis that actually ended pretty badly for the folks that want to sing Kumbaya and we overcame. You know, actually we lost the civil rights movement. Our leaders were gunned down in the street and we had to settle for mediocre legislation instead of the justice. And believe it or not, it was even talked about, you know, way back when, reparations, because that was one of the things that allowed the status quo to prevail, was that when the civil rights movement came in, it came in around the same time as this this new plan per se, and it was that, you know, kind of funny. It all seemed to happen right at the same time, where they wanted to change how the benefits were being given out to the single family homes and no father homes. It was also a time where Black men, for one reason or another, had a reason to become invisible as much as they can. There was a thing called the draft. The draft was actually being applied unequally to a lot. There were certain rules that had it, you know, where your number was supposed to come up. And if your number came up, then you had to check in to see if you were one of the people that needed to look further or whatever. But it was a game that was orchestrated and played on the communities better than folks want to admit that it was. And for whatever reason, when it ended, everybody then became trying to get on this, and I laugh at it. I laughed at it then just like I laugh at it now, because there was talk of reparations. There was talk of starting a reparations movement where everybody who didn't get their 40 acres and a mule was supposed to be lining up and thinking that that was supposed to be the way to come through. It was right around the same time everything was going bicentennial. So, like, I think I heard something like that now, where we going, you know, there's some other, since the bicentennial and a half movement they're trying to push on us now in lieu of the other things they want to.
Let me ask you this. Well, what's your current stance? What's your stance on reparations?
It's a joke. We ain't never gonna get no money. We didn't get it back then. It ain't never coming. Anybody who wants to sit around and think it's coming just wants a reason to sit around.
So if it do come, do you want your check?
If it do come.
If it come next week, are you going to accept it?
Yes. Just say yes.
250,000.
But I'll bet you twice as much right now. It don't. How much? How about that?
If a $250,000, if you were scheduled to get $250,000, would you take it?
Yeah, of course I would take it if it came, but it ain't coming.
That's an unfair bet. You said that you bet double that it ain't gonna come.
I can do that.
If they cut that check tomorrow, if they cut that check tomorrow, and all five,
you can have my house. I'll give you my house if they give you a check tomorrow. Okay.
No, we say that. We said no. We don't know that. We don't. your house is, respectfully, is the crib worth $250,000? Then we'll take it.
No, I tell you what. No, it ain't. But
so you trying to swindle us?
no, I'm not. Okay, I'm trying to tell you. If you let me say, I'll take all of that money that is over $250,000. I'll take that part and let you have the $250,000. Okay? Since you want $250,000, you take the $250,000 when you sell it. If you want to sell a house, we sell a house. And I'll take all over $250,000 and you can have all that's under. Okay?
Here's the thing.
Let me ask real quick before you go, Mr. Walker. Where you from, Ichiban?
I'm from New Orleans, but I'm in Texas right now.
Here.
I'm from New Orleans. I actually got blown in the wind with Katrina many years ago. And
you're still here, brother. Here's the thing.
That was the issue. The woman who had my children took them and came here. And I wasn't for being a visitor, a phone call, or a vacation to my children.
Amen.
I had 4 boys that needed their father in their life, and I stayed in it. So when she came here, I made it an issue to give up what I knew and to become part of what was to be. And there are 4 of the finest young men that you can run across nowadays. No baby mamas. Everybody graduated. No tattoos. Sorry to say, Mr. Walker. Ain't nobody got no tattoos. Everybody still comb their hair. Ain't got no dreads. College degrees. And nobody hooked up with
me. What am I? Do I look like a common thug? Like a common?
I'm not gonna say common, but you know, the uncommon thug.
But we're not waiting around.
I mean, let's face it, if I walked up in the alleyway and you was on one end and Gavin was on the other end, I would run towards Gavin's end and your end. You know?
And that would be probably a fatal mistake. See,
there you go. Yeah, Mr. Walker is much more kind than me. I mean, he'd be waiting for you to help you out.
Yeah. But nevertheless, we're not waiting around waiting for reparations.
Nah, that's the joke, man. We've been laughing at that joke a long time. Because if I recall right, I used to hear my people laughing when they would talk about it when I was little boy back around Hurricane Betsy. Because that was one of the things when we got wiped out in Betsy, they was talking about we needed the money to rebuild because there wasn't no FEMA back then. And all we was crying about reparations money, they were saying. But that goes way back to the 60s.
The first thing you're going to do when you get your reparations money, you're going to be trying to get all the coup de cotta you can get. Just now put it on me. Now what you want to do? You want to get high. Oh. Sex, you want to get tired. I've been really trying, baby. Keep it a wiser, because I'm about to rise up. So stop the cap, brother.
Nah, I hear you. I try to do something to have a good time, but I don't know if I go to 304 land.
That's where all the fun at, huh? For a single man.
Now you'll find out when you get here. There's way more things to have fun with than just playing with female bodies.
Amen. That's what's up. Shout out to golfing and go-karting.
I'll get you in. Richard, I want your sister Ebony.
Appreciate y'all.
Yes, sir.
I'll get Sister Ebony in first. What you got with it? Ichiban here. You muted.
Oh yeah, we went way off the rails. So we just kind of need to get back. But as far as reparations goes, Ichiban, if you don't want your cut, you can definitely get my contact information from the guys, and you can pass over the check to me. Reparations will happen. That's something that we're fighting for, and we need you. We need all the OGs. We need you to be fighting for it too, because you know what, Ichiban, this is going to help your descendants and your grands and your great grands and your great great grands. And this is something that your ancestors fought for. And you mentioned that you were from New Orleans. We have a lot of FBAs in New Orleans and who are FBAs and who would qualify for reparations. So we just want you to keep on with that fighting spirit, because we're going to need you on the front lines when it's time to fight for our reparations. So, but it's coming.
I can trace my lineage back to Louisiana slaves. So as
Yeah.
far as it comes, I know I'm part of what is supposed to, should have got. But like you say, I got it to pass on to my descendants.
And this is the thing. Here's a theory of mine, man, with you boomers. Some of y'all, Rich, I don't get triggered. Like, come on, we in the fight. We young folk. Do you feel like y'all so far out the fight, y'all just don't want to contribute or help? Like, what is that? What kind of mentality? You come from Louisiana, direct descendant of slavery, but you feel like you ain't old for the sacrifice and the torture?
In New Orleans, called Canal Street, used to be the business hub of the city at one time, and it was the center of the racial civil rights movement at one time, when places like Crest and Woolworths refused to serve people at their lunch counters and booths. And I was actually placed in the middle of that by some activist folks. My mother was part of the activist group, and she took me down to Crest and sat me down at the lunch counter. And she gave me $1, told me to order whatever I want when the woman came up to serve me. I didn't know what was going on, and I sat there while the whole world screamed at me to get up and leave. But I wasn't going nowhere because my mama had then gave me $1 to get whatever I wanted to eat at the Crest lunch counter that day. And I found out later what had happened, and finally figured out why I never got my hot dog. But I had no problem with it. I had my dashikis, my tikis. We would go to the meetings. Got to meet H. Rap Brown.
Let me ask you something, Ichiban. Do you feel like you don't want to fight for something that you don't think you'll benefit from in your lifetime?
I've been fighting for it. I was part of the fight there, and I will participate in the fight in the right way. The army needs many different soldiers, not just people on the front line.
That's true, Ichiban. And there we go. That's true. So here we go. When I asked you the OGs be on the front line, we gotta start doing that. We are doing that, but you're at least encouragement. So when we ask about reparations, I get it. You ain't on the front line, you ain't boots on the ground, but you
now,
back
if y'all
ahead.
need something to hide behind, y'all can take my body and let them shoot at it. It's big enough that
we don't do that. It ain't that difficult. All we saying is be encouraging. That is shout out to Rich. Like Mr. X said, don't be triggered. One thing we did not get from our male parental figures for the most part was encouragement. Like you can do it. Go get it. Y'all like, you're wasting your time.
But good advice won't make it if there's no one there to take it. So you got to have somebody willing to listen before you can have advice to give them.
We listening.
Yeah,
we taking it.
I got you, and I'm gonna be one of the ones that's gonna be ready to give you the seeds and the water and show you which dirt to deal with and everything about it.
But you ain't got to do that, OG. Let me hear you say y'all can do it. Let me hear you say y'all can do it.
Y'all can do it, but y'all gotta want it.
No, but you can no.
Yeah, well, y'all can do it. Y'all can do it.
There you go.
No doubt about it. Y'all can do it. Plus,
there we go. Amen. That's it. I take it.
No but. Okay, I took the butt out of it.
That's all. We get out. I like what you said though. The OGs can't be boots on the ground. Y'all done y'all part. Respect to you, Ichiban. Respect to you, Richai. Just encouragement, like y'all do. Richai always come up here encouraging. Shout out to Coach Ferg. Coach Ferg used to always be over here encouraging.
No disrespect to Leon. Happy birthday, Leon.
Oh, for sure. Leon, wow. But yeah. Is unity a lie? I would say no. It's not a lie. We just got to stop finding reasons to be separate. And Ebony Dean, I don't know if it's ever going to happen. I don't see this conversation us getting to any type of conclusion or resolve, but I don't think folks care to or ever will really recognize, and acknowledge the FBA struggle. like I said earlier, I think it's too painful for most to really look into it and get the details. Shout out to the brother, who was it that came up here? No Contendo. Salute to that brother. You know, talking about the, you know, when they used our babies, our babies as alligator bait. Who, like, these coaches don't want to hear that. They don't want to process that and then have to look at us like, wow, we really are, dare I say, the victims. And we say we are, you know, it is what it is.
And you might think, I mean, when I grew up, that was one of the things they used to warn us about as children. And that exactly what you're talking about is exactly what they would tell us would happen. So it didn't just pop out of nowhere.
Agreed. Get these super chats here. See, shout out to No Contendo. We appreciate your brother coming up. Says, Mr. Walker, you asked me earlier about who was looking to save FBA or help FBA slavery. Please look up the Haiti and U.S. government's efforts to suppress that information from FBAs. Okay, so the again, more trials, more obstacles. So I can believe that the United States government were suppressing anyone trying to come help, but still yet it was suppressed. But appreciate you, brother. Shout out to you coming back through. Says North Carolina was a huge slave port. Many slaves were moved around the South after being sold. Many FBAs probably got some Caribbean blood. King Cotton by Jeffrey Robinson is very informative. Stronger United. Amen. Unity involves acknowledging our struggle wholeheartedly and not using words like but. They did it to us too. Like, who does that? Who has any other race or culture had that, reply? But they did it to us too. Just it is what it is. I personally ain't asking for understanding, but just trying to find a common ground. Appreciate you, brother, coming back through. Says 12 tribes of Judah, one blood, Junior Reed song. I'm all about unity. I told you I like looking into those DNA ancestry tests to see how we are, unified. At the very same time, we have found our identity, and that's all right.
How you gonna do a DNA test when mama got 6 baby daddies?
They got ways. I was skeptical, but they got ways. Look into it. Research how they do it. They just take your saliva, no address. They just, I don't know.
Mama got 6 baby daddies and daddy got 5 baby mamas. How you gonna figure out who babies is who's brother and sister?
Well, they don't be doing. Everybody got to take the DNA test, but it could tell you specifically like where your blood genomes come from and things like that. But as far as who your siblings are, if they take the test, it'll link you up. A lot of folks have found their relatives via these DNA ancestry tests. Yeah, what was it? One town found out, I think Mr. X put it on display, that some doctor in some little small town who was supposedly doing artificial insemination, in a clinic, he was artificially inseminating everybody with his seed.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
That's a Netflix documentary.
Yeah, you showed it. We talked about it up here, I believe. They didn't show it, but we talked about it. And yes, it was way back with the turkey baster bastards we was talking about. And then everybody in that town started taking tests, found out they was all related. And that was the pappy. So, but yeah, I would say if anybody interested, curious, try out those DNA tests. We did 23andMe. Like I said, kind of vague, but it's something. It's something to look at.
And here's what I was going to say. I'll get you in, Ebony. I don't believe in just people being stagnant and the whole victim mentality. I believe we got to wake up every day and do the work. That's where the issues come, where people just, if you stand on the corner holding up a sign crying and, woe is me. No, we still going to go out here and get work done every day and acknowledge things, though. You got to, acknowledge what's owed to you, what's been done to your people, but don't allow it to make you a victim and dragging through life and not accomplish nothing. So I think you got to find that balance to where you understand what happened and you want what's owed, but you can't let it stop you.
Right. Yeah. And I know we went down so many rabbit holes just now, but I wanted to bring up with when we were talking about when the gentleman was coming up and we were talking about how can we unite, which is what the whole show is about. Is there unity in being Black and stuff like that? I think that possibly eventually that there is, but I will say that we are running across not all, but some that have a mindset that is not like-minded to ours. And there's lots of different belief systems, whether it is out of ignorance or just out of whatever. But the fact of the matter is that it's still there. And I would say, before you come on a panel or want to speak, even just come up and speak about another culture, just make sure that yours is intact too, because there's a lot of things that go on in other countries. It's not just us. So sometimes it can be portrayed as like you're pointing fingers at us, but you're not acknowledging what is going on, within your homeland. And sometimes I think too with that, maybe when people leave their country and stuff, they just maybe they try to forget about things. We're still in this country. We're still on the soil where our ancestors, bled and died and fought for this country. So there is no forgetting, and we're still fighting till this day. There's nowhere for us to run to forget. So we're always stuck in it. And yes, we would love to have people from the diaspora that want to help and unite with us. But it's all about a mindset. If you don't have that mindset, again, that's the kind of things that make it really hard. And shout out to the gentleman who came up here and was speaking on behalf of his parents and stuff. But there are great Jamaican immigrants that come to this country and stuff. But there's a lot of things that are going on in Jamaica that maybe you might want to focus more on. Why the Chinese and Indian people are coming over and buying up all the land, and a lot of times the citizens can't even go onto their own beaches because they're not allowed. So focus on things that are kind of going on the island and things that you could do to make things better. And some of the filth and degeneracy that goes on in your country, because it's not just only Black Americans that have degeneracy. There's it goes on in all different cultures. And so just kind of focusing on what we have going on here. And I know it's easier said than done because we are the global face of Black people, all around the world. Black Americans are, but just kind of take a look into your own backyard and think of ways to fix it. And, maybe do some research and studying into what things go on here. And why we think the way we do, and why we've just kind of decided to kind of do our own thing. But again, you guys, thanks for having me up here. It's been a pleasure, and I appreciate you all, and have a good night.
Yes, man. Appreciate you, Ebony.
Appreciate you, sister. So what you got, Richard? We'll get you in. What's your final thought here?
So who's got the echo? For some reason, Gavin X, your mic sounds different. It's like you have a cold. But yeah, we did go off the rails, and I'm glad that somebody brought it back around. But Gavin X, that was a bar. I hope you caught that, and you can play that clip that what Leon King said about Ichiban and his dog. That almost reminded me of that airplane incident about that woman talking about. But anyway, so I have to say, when we talk about reparations, it's not if, but when. If it's a dream, that's that hope stuff. But when, all right? And when means that there's a target and a goal. If is just smoke, like Leon King's, room. So we don't need if. It's when it happens. Okay? And being on the front line and leading by example, for me as a boomer, is what I need to be doing and teaching not only my kids, my son and my daughter, but their kids as well. Because if it doesn't happen during my lifetime, I need to pass that legacy on to them so they can solidify it and ensure that it happens in their lifetime. When, okay? So I don't, nobody is born with an expiration date on their foot, but hey, I know I have many more behind me than I have in front of me, but when it happens, okay? And being on code is most important, because that guy brought up, no Contendo brought up people from the civil rights movement, and, Sidney Poitier and I forgot that guy's name, Harry Belafonte. Some of those people were on code, more or less, back then, okay? Because they were on the front lines marching, when marching was the tune of the day, more or less, fighting for civil rights. However, it's being on code and understanding what that code is, and that's that uniting and being united in that unity. All right, being on code, and if we have to check some paperwork, we just gotta check some paperwork, because again, I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna keep saying this. There's gonna be people we're gonna have to walk over. We're gonna have to walk over a lot of bodies in order to get to that goal for reparations. All right, and people gonna have their hands out, because it always happens that way. Okay, it always happens that way. It happened even during the civil rights movement, when King was leading that civil rights movement, and the garbage, the bus strikes and the garbage strikes. People were talking stuff, but when it happened and they were successful, people came out of the woodworks with their hand out. Oh, I knew that was always going. You didn't know any damn thing, because you were talking against it. All right, I've seen it with my own eyes, but it's when it's going to happen, and I have to lead by example. All right, I mentioned before about Dr. Yosef Ben Ackerman. I forgot what country he was from, but he was on code. But that was back in the day. Okay, that was back in the day with him and Dr. John Henry Clark. Okay, and then there were some others too. They were always on code. Okay, they were on code, working and supporting the Black community, or the Negro community at the time, or the so-called Negro community at the time. But they were on code, just like Khalid Abdul Muhammad. All right, he was talking on code, even though he was Islam, a follower of Farrakhan, but he was always talking about being on code. All right, so that's where we need to be. Thank you, Project Leroy. Yeah, Chancellor Williams. Yep. Thank you, Project Leroy. So that's what we need to be. Okay, and I have to lead by example. All right, because I need to teach my kids, my son and my daughter, and not preach it to them, but instill it in them, and then instill it into my grandkids. All right, leading by example. That's how I support the movement for reaching the goal for when it happens.
Amen. Appreciate you, OG. That's all. Huh?
Yeah.
We all gonna do it. That's it. And that's it. That's all we ask. And a little encouragement. That's all. Appreciate you, OG.
And like you said, definitely, over here, definitely not an echo chamber. Y'all thoughts are definitely welcome. All right. Ichiban, we all ain't got to agree. We just trying to understand where y'all coming from and plant seeds. All right. Your thoughts today may not be your thoughts tomorrow. You may gather more understanding. So that's a real thing.
That's it. And that's a superpower to be able to come up here and say, you know what? I had this outlook, this opinion, this educated opinion yesteryear. I don't have it this year. I've come up here and, said I was wrong many times. It's my understanding, in order to truly be a man, you got to admit when you were wrong. So it's okay. I think the trick is to not be loud and wrong. That's why I like to give many disclaimers with things I'm not 100% sure of.
And that's it. And just like Mr. Walker said about the OGs, y'all two OGs, about encouraging the youth. And I think sometimes, as you get older, it's a selfish mentality. Y'all might be like, the hell with the reparations. I ain't going to benefit from it. But that's,
no. Hold on, Gavin X. Well, I get what you're saying. Okay. I get what you're saying. And I think if an individual from my generation, if they had that mentality, they never was about it anyway. Okay, those are the ones I'm just going to walk over and walk past.
Amen.
Okay.
That part. So what you got, Ichiban? I'll let you respond, brother.
Where your dog at?
Oh, doggy right here. Come here, Bonnie. She right here. That's my baby. Hey, now. Yeah, I agree. I'll agree. I mean, I was sitting there thinking it was we're still waiting. You know, we've been waiting for a few different things to come. Still waiting on we're more recently we're waiting on that concept of a healthcare plan concept. We waiting on OJ. OJ was supposed to solve the murder.
Ichiban.
Wait, why are you waiting? Why are you waiting?
No, I'm just saying we waiting for reparations, he was saying. We ain't about it. I think that was his term.
I got a quick question. It's a side question. Who is that on the wall? Is that white Jesus?
No, actually, that is some decoration from a party we were supposed to have for Halloween a year ago. But the chick who was supposed to be coming wound up deleting herself. That's the dude being drubbed tonight. See that? He's being drubbed tonight.
Oh.
But the cat tore it down. And I wanted to take it down the rest of the way.
Cats and dogs?
Cats, dogs, woman. Yeah, bro.
We're waiting for you to take that down.
Huh?
We're waiting for you to take that down.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, I wasn't in a rush. The thing I want to put up in replacement for it ain't here. And I'm waiting for her to get the thing to put up to replace it. And it ain't been bugging me none to just leave it like so. Because it creates an interesting appearance as it does and sparks conversation when occasionally I wind up with somebody asking me about it. So it's okay.
It's a conversation starter. Okay.
I prefer the color motif, and if I was in one of the other rooms, you'd see the type of thing you would have seen up here before. But we was planning a party, and at the same time we was planning the party, they started tearing the street up outside. And when it came time to have the party, we had a friend that was having some problems that wound up deleting themselves. So we wound up canceling the party with the street being tore up.
So it's sentimental. So that's sentimental. It reminds you of your friend, huh?
Well, not really. I'm ready to take it down.
Oh,
because that was Halloween time, you know. But the replacement ain't got here yet. And if I take this down, then I won't be responsible for putting up what's supposed to replace it. And she already told me.
No, G. Ain't procrastination the thief of joy or something?
Well, she has promised to get the replacement. Because she asked me what I wanted, and I told her what I wanted up there, and the replacement ain't showed up. So as soon as the replacement show up, I'm gonna hang it and take this one down because she wants to put this. I think she wants to put this in one of the other rooms as a sentimental reminder because that was supposed to be the theme of the Halloween party. That Game of Thrones things, you know.
Sound like you ain't allowed to take it down, OG. That's what I just got from that. You talking about you ready for the Yeah, you ain't allowed to take it down. I give that to the boy. You was contradicting yourself.
All right, now you won't bullshit me. All right, now I'm gonna have to buy the replacement now, just because I proved it to you. But it ain't no problem there. That wasn't the issue. The issue was
reverse psychology 101. You're welcome.
Yeah. Now I'm gonna have to make sure I pick up the tax so I don't sit on them next time I come to sit on the couch here. But shouts out to you there. That's a cool way of going with it. It's been meaning to come, and I guess I can finally ask about it again because you know you never want to go into that passive aggressive mode as to say, hey, whatever happened to that multicolored tapestry I asked you about for the living room? And expected to not have well, this was that and the other thing in the meantime. So we can go beyond that now.
Fair enough.
Well, here we are. Listen, hopefully we planted some seeds tonight. You can gather, you know, maybe you can try to ride for the younger Black folks in the fight that we fighting for.
Yeah, well, springtime. We got to deal with it in the spring and definitely ready and interested in getting the planting done. It makes and matters. We shall reap what we sow, And the time to sow is now.
There you go. Can't wait for spring, planting them seeds. There you go. Talking about planting real seeds. There we go.
Amen. And shout out to the Hustler's Philosopher. Why didn't you pop up? I know if you ninja watching. All right. I see he was back in the comments, I think today, trolling again. Stop doing that, brother. Like bygones. We don't let bygones, but you keep trolling. What the hell?
Folks like, listen here. They ain't got nothing else better to do. I get it. All right. Y'all make us feel special trolling us. We take it.
Yeah, they need to do better. Become better to do better. Come see Theo Coop in the game.
Shout out to brother
do
Theo
better.
Coop and the Do Better Squad.
Yes.
Him and Lazy Bones.
Shout out to Lazy Bones and my guy Theo. And I was looking to see if I could find this comment. Yeah, I seen that brother today. He went on another tangent. Here we go. So y'all know we've been going back and forth with the Hustler's Philosopher. You know, this was the guy that initially came on in our comments talking about how he got a farm, and we told him health is wealth. So just told him take care of himself better. That's all. And he's been triggered ever since, brother. You just keep. So today he says, without farming, our people are cooked. I don't think he understands that we are on board with farming and buying land and all this stuff, but he ain't on board with being in shape and being healthy. He don't agree with it. So we can agree with him, but he don't agree with us, nonetheless. All right.
See that? And I don't like that. You know, I'm big on health. You know, shout out to Stephen James. Y'all wow. Stephen James, I don't know who chat we was in. I think we was in brother Jay Tillman over there, Back to the Flicks. And Stephen James gonna say, Mr. Walker, I haven't seen any of your workout videos as of lately. Like I ain't walking like I talking, but I done got back to running. Yeah, I'm start running, you know, lifting all heavy. I ain't trying to get all bulky. I want to just be in shape. But health is wealth. We were all the OGs, we were all sold a bad bill of goods. And I know in my community, physical fitness and proper dieting was taboo. You didn't talk about it at all, you know, and we got to bring that back. How are we to practice delayed gratification? Appreciate you, OG. How are we to practice delayed gratification, enjoy our golden years, if we are not healthy enough to do it? It's very encouraging to see brother like Rachai or any brother past 50 and you still got some pep in your step, fire in your belly. That's what it's all about. Got to be enjoy your later years. You muted, Mr. X. You muted.
I was saying this is him, the brother. He'd have been up here on the panel before. I don't know why he keep coming at us, but he was in the comments this morning. He says, hours in the gym won't feed anybody's family. I'd rather have all my health issues and be actively farming versus having body by Jake with no harvest.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Like, we told the brother to lose weight one time months ago, and he might be in the comments now.
Is you telling us we need to get our farmland and all that? We agree. We accept that challenge. And we see you as iron sharpens iron. We see something you could fix that is critical, absolutely mission critical. And that is getting your health together. We ain't saying you got to be built like Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, but God dog, come on with you, man. Enjoy your land. Don't you want to enjoy it? Don't you want to enjoy your family? Don't you want to hunch and enjoy sexual gratification as long as you can? The answer is a definite yes. You can't have a rebuttal against physical fitness. That's crazy. Body by Jake. All right.
Yeah. It's wicked. So shout out. We had nothing but respect for the brother. Still do. All right. He was the brother up in Minnesota. He was the first person to tell us about the Somalians in the scam. That's where it started from. You know, he come over on the Single by Choice channel and told us we need to stop talking about dating and we need to be talking about Somalians stealing money in Minnesota. And we told him this ain't the channel for that, you know, and it's been down, the relationship been downhill since, you know, and he come back I guess he has since moved from Minnesota. He's down in Alabama or somewhere, Mississippi, bought some land. And now you're like, yeah, I got land. Y'all got nothing. And you keep saying
it. We shall. That's the mission, brother. We shall. We definitely shall. That's the move. Y'all know my message. Decrease your cost of living, increase your productivity. That includes getting you some land, a house and foundation you can maintain and become more self-sufficient. We on the same page. And with that, we say, hey, guess what else you add to that? Being in good enough shape to tend to the land. Everybody can't afford $1 million machines, and that's a trap in itself.
And he said, and he took it as an insult that we were not genuinely concerned about your health, brother. We heard you said you got this land and all this stuff you was bragging about. All we said was take care of yourself so you could be around to enjoy it. That was an insult.
Yeah, I remember that. He said something along the lines of, y'all are, acting as if you're concerned with my health, throwing shots. I done told y'all, insecurity looks 10 times worse on a man than a woman. It does. Just deal with it. Anybody I got love for, care for, if you too big, I'm going to tell you. If you big and I don't say nothing, I don't care about you. I don't care enough to take on the anxiety of telling you to do better. I got a brother like this, man. Shout out to Big Nasty. Y'all know Big Nasty. He'd been on the panel way back. And successful brother, multiple businesses, got it going on. He got a Harley Don Jeter, got the Harley in a truck to match. We need to lose some daggone weight. Enjoy your trinkets. Enjoy your wife. Enjoy your family. That's what I always said. Don't lose weight for you. Lose weight for your family. Do you know how selfish it is for any of us, not just him, any of us, to get so unhealthy that someday our loved ones got to wake up and see us croaked out, stroked out, and deleted, looking like a daggone fish off of Rocco's Modern Life with the X's for eyes because you done ate yourself to early deletion. That's selfish. It's okay to accept that. It's okay to change for the better. It's okay to take on the discomfort of doing better. It's okay.
That part. So, long story short, like I said, he said, I don't know where this comment, he would just comment randomly. It might be something we may say in the video that triggers him. And he'll leave a comment. Won't timestamp it, just a comment. And he says, without farming, our people are cooked. Hours in the gym won't feed anybody's family. I'd rather have he put quote unquote health issues and be actively farming versus have body by Jake with no harvest. He says the problem with words is they either age like wine or milk. He says, what else doesn't put food on the table? Ad hominem attacks. Y'all attack me. He says, imagine winning the popularity contest and actually losing the long game. But with this dude, brother, what the hell is wrong with you?
Popularity. Again, I'm not sure who y'all think y'all see up here on this camera. Ain't never in a gajillion years sought for anybody's popularity or existence. I take pride in standing out. I want your damn popularity. You can take your popularity and shove it up your John Brown hind parts. Popularity. If we wanted to be popular, do you think we would be out here holding ourselves accountable and dishing out this conviction like we do? If we want to be popular, we'd be petting you on your head saying, you good, bro. You good, man. Go eat that McDonald's. Bust down on that Whopper. You good. F that, man. Man, being fit is for broke boys. Cause I know the rhetoric. I've heard it. Rest in peace to Kevin Samuels, but he also said that. Kev said 6 packs is for broke boys. Hunching, for half an hour plus is for broke boys. I don't agree with that. You see that? But I understand the rhetoric. If you don't think you can obtain it, you're going to condemn it. Shame on you, brother.
Man, and he ain't done. So on the bottom here, he put some hashtag Mr. Health Issues, hashtag no apologies over money. He says the language of action is very different than being in a field, removing cup grass and shatter cane. So you get the #1 price for corn harvest. He says, respectfully, add the Mr. in front of that ad hominem name, please and thank you.
Mr. Unhealthy. That's fine. Mr. Unhealthy with the land. That's cool, brother. For first and foremost, salute to you on your success with getting your land and doing your thing. First and foremost, we've said that. However, don't sit here and push your health to the side. You ain't doing yourself no favor. I dare a man with a proper wire crumb. Brother, how you trying to defend this? How? Huh? I'm over it. When you be walking around, you see other brothers your age. It is the most cringe thing ever to look at your brother, your peer, and you see jealousy and ish in his eyes because he wish he had what you had, looked the way you did, could move the way you move. If you present the world with your best self, i.e. getting the best physical fitness you can, brother, do you know how much more better you are to you, to your journey, to your purpose? It's undeniable benefits. But if you want to take the low road of pandering to yourself, enjoy the outcome. Like you said, some words age like wine and some age like milk. And time will tell who's right and who's wrong. Blessings to you on your journey, brother.
That's all we can say. Because at this moment, this has become very feminine. You are acting like Bonquisha. You talk about we body shaming you. You a grown-ass man. What is going on? Like, we simply said, we want all our brothers to be physically fit. That is a real thing. And you said it's an ad hominem. And we are body shaming.
Not at all, brother. Not at all. We've said it before. A lot of y'all don't know what love and concern look like. You don't. But we get it. But again, said all I'm going to say. Enjoy. God bless you. Many years of health and success. Shout out to No Contender. We appreciate you coming up, brother. You got voted off. It's $100 to bring you back. Nothing we can do about it. Says, I'd highly encourage y'all to look up human rights, civil rights, what's that, reggae music. We know the fight just as well as many FBAs. Again, we come from the 12 tribes. Ask Hebrew Israelites. We are one people. We appreciate you, brother. We all for unity again. Just as FBAs, we are demanding, not asking, we are demanding that folks show some respect with our struggle, how they talk about it, when they talk about it. That is all. That is it. That is all.
That's it. And I see you were saying in the chat that you were not born in Jamaica, you were born here, but it still doesn't change the facts of who raised you, what values was instilled. So you were not raised, if you were not raised by an FBA parent here in America, that they are instilling the values in you, you can be born here as Black and go through some of the issues, maybe get pulled over, but you don't understand the lineage and the history, right? Not like you should. You could probably spit some stuff out and, know some dates and some quotes, but you don't understand it. It ain't in your blood. It's not, this stuff is passed down through our genes. So it is what it is. Like I said, your parents were not from here, so they raised you up differently with a different understanding.
And that's fine. And that's fine, brother. It's no hate, no shade at all.
So shout out to you. And before we get out of here, I wanted to pull one last thing up because I was not paying attention. Y'all keep saying in the chat where him and Leon got into it. So I guess we'll mine through this real quick. We can end with a laugh.
Yeah, I missed it.
Here when Leon and Ichiban was going at it. There we go.
There you go. Yeah, there you go.
And I do want to say one thing that I'm triggered about this panel tonight. I don't know who this motherfucker is over here, but when he tongue kissed that dog, I'm like, okay. Oh, see, you didn't see that. I saw it. When he tongue kissed that dog, I'm like, what the? So our ancestors would be rolling in their grave if we were to tongue kiss a dog or put life insurance or medical insurance or feed wouldn't feed our dog chicken bones.
We need to pick up a collection for his eye exam. We can go back and watch the video and see that nobody kissed the dog.
Dude, when you get a dog that close to your mouth, I don't give a damn whether your tongue kissed him or shook his hand. But that's a dog. That's a dog. Do he sit at the table and eat with you? Does he? Yeah, that's what I'm talking.
Look how Leon lit up like a damn Christmas tree. He hear that Beatles. Nonetheless, Ichiban, you got stomped out. We might have to set up a damn debate. Ichiban and Leon kissing dogs. I didn't see it. Ichiban, you out of pocket, dude.
I ain't gonna set you on it. Yeah, I personally, that's why I disclaimer. I personally believe that, dogs got a job. They need to be outside doing the job. So I side with Leon King, Yeah, you got a job to do, little dog. Go eat some mice outside or something. Yeah, them dogs supposed to be made to like get rodents and critters out, chase ferrets or something, tend to the land. There you go. Yeah, but just sitting in the house, stanking up the place and shitting, F no.
And cats. You see, you got cats too. Shout out to Ichiban, nonetheless. We appreciate you, brother.
For sure. Ichiban to day one. Yeah, he definitely day one. We appreciate you, brother.
Nonetheless, shout out to Leon as well. Happy birthday. All right, we let Leon definitely destroy the show, but granted.
There you go. Huh? Got that right. Leon King been here for a mighty long time. For his birthday, he come over and cause chaos. See that? You are special. You are somebody, Leon.
So here we are, folks. We made it to the end of the show. For y'all who've been here the whole time, we actually had a good conversation going before it got derailed. We were talking about FBAs versus everybody. Is unity a lie? What's black? I think we covered a lot of base tonight, and this will be a conversation that we'll bring back in the future. It probably will never die down completely. We'll always be in the room.
There you go. Black is being able to relate and respect our struggle. Shout out to everybody that came up. Shout out to Sister Ebony Dean. We believe in unity. We definitely do. With that being said and understood, how can we unify if other folks don't know who they're unifying with? Who they're uniting with? How? And a lot of folks don't really understand the FBA struggle for whatever reason. Maybe it was American propaganda, whatever, for whatever reasons, but there is a disconnect. It's to be acknowledged, not to see. I'm trying to find reasons why people don't want to. It's not to put us above y'all, not to give us this golden victim card so that we can surpass everybody. I don't know what folks' concern is. No, just acknowledge it. But there may be some jealousy behind it, huh? Don't know.
That's all. Just start speaking on it. You know what I mean? Just say, I can't empathize with y'all because I didn't go through it. I would accept that. Yes. That's what I would say to anybody to know what happened to the people over there with the little hats and all that. I'm not going to speak on. I can't sympathize with y'all. I ain't go through that. I know my struggle. So folks can't be speaking on everybody's struggle to that extent. And like, you know what I mean? Like, oh, babies and alligators and stuff. Like you said, with the sentiment and how you saying it. Just stay back.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself. Brother. And like I said about, what if I went over to China, and started talking bad about them and the problems they got in their culture? Because as we discuss up here, every culture got its issues. However, yes, ours is unique. It's documented. I want to hear they did it to us too. I'm gonna look into that though. How I don't know what it is, you in Britain. He's talking about the British or the Jamaicans. Shout out to the Jamaican brothers. Shout out to Haiti. Again, the term tether. As long as you are not tethering yourself to us just to benefit and not be there whenever it's time for us to struggle too, you're not allowed. But shout out to all our brothers from Haiti, Jamaica, whatever, wherever, man. God bless Haiti. But man, please acknowledge our struggle here. It's not all peaches and cream. We ain't lazy by default. Some of us may grow to be. We put them on display, messed up, but we also acknowledge how they got there. You see that? We won't just sit up and say, oh, Nug and Bone Queesh ain't worth a dang. We acknowledge how they got to this point. We go back to the roots. Shout out to Miss X. He always getting on the boomers. So it's definitely some balance in our message. Hopefully y'all can appreciate it because we all for unity, but we got our identity as well.
That part. And I see he said we got to revisit this conversation for sure, and I get it. A lot of these islands were conquered, shout out to Jamaica. Y'all were, conquered just like many other places. And the thing is, y'all are on these islands amongst all of y'all own people. So it's not, it's not all these different things going on to where white folks is in charge. Even though, which is crazy, places like Jamaica, the president still be white. So you'd be like, man, the president of Jamaica is white. They're like, no, he Jamaican. I was like, that dude white. But nonetheless, and, people before him, it's just a weird thing. They are still being colonized to this day.
Yeah, that's crazy. What he said the Dutch tour of Jamaica. The Dutch actually aided Haiti. So look into that. One of the only allies Haiti had during their revolution was the Dutch. The Dutch was sent to Haiti to further fight them. And once they got over there, they realized the Dutch said, y'all going through something similar that we're going through, and the Dutch and the Haitians fought together. There's some history for y'all, and that's facts.
That part. So, yeah, a lot of that stuff, even the, the religion. Shout out to Bob Marley and what are they called? The Ironites. I forget how they say it, the Ironites. But even that guy, their God or whatever, he appears to have a lighter hue. So, but that's a more spiritual thing. It's a whole rabbit hole we can go down. But nonetheless, shout out to y'all. We're going to gather more understanding. We're going to revisit this conversation.
There we go. But good conversation. Nobody got cursed out outside of Ichiban. I say that's a good night.
So we appreciate y'all coming through. Shout out to all the sponsors tonight. Where we at here in the Cash App. Shout out to No Contendo. We appreciate you, brother.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Shout out to Baba T, who didn't show up tonight. Where was you at, Baba?
I know, man. It's right up your alley. Had to be busy.
Baba T. Shout out to Rachel. Shout out to Phoenix, who didn't come up. Phoenix told us we were racist or something.
Yeah, we were racist separatists.
I mean, man, I was trying to find the exact comment, but you gave us more power than we could ever have. Hell.
I tell you. Yeah.
We don't have that much power, brother. Nonetheless, shout out to you. Shout out Baba T. Odd Job. Shout out Brother Rachai coming up here cooking and donating. Shout out to Divine Photos, Project Leroy. Who else we got here? Brother Sean. And the big sponsor tonight, my guy, Don Jeter.
Shout out to Don Jeter. Finally come through like he got some daggone home training. It's been a while. They eating people. Oh, goodness gracious.
I didn't read the comment. I didn't mean to pull that one. Though. Trying to pull your name up.
Yeah. Hey, listen, man. Haiti, I said it earlier. Haiti is still paying off the debt for lost cargo to the French, I think via Chase Bank. So they constantly being persecuted, prosecuted, all that, man. And shout out to God bless Haiti, man.
And we appreciate you, brother, sponsoring the show.
You better wait in the chat room. Don wait in the chat room. Don wait in the chat room.
In the chat room. Shout out to Kelly Kale.
Appreciate you.
So here we are. We'll be back up here Thursday night for Single by Choices. All right, we're going to shift gears, go back over, and talk about Mo Madness.
Mo Dating Madness coming down the line. What's on the docket? Nefertatu, Brorilla, the White Knight, Jazz, we could go on and on. Big Peach, be here Thursday to find out. We appreciate all y'all coming through, supporting y'all channels, supporting y'all interests, supporting your beautiful black media. Please continue to do so as y'all do. Hitting that super chat, hitting that cash app. Thank you, and a thank you.
That part. And we'll see y'all Thursday night, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard. Until then, I am Gavin X.
I am Mr. Walker.
And we are Cart Before the Horse Production.
A good evening.
We're trying to get you old now, viral online.
Truthful lies, say it loud, say it clear. Left the streets when you need you here. Quarters of vision, fit your focus, kiss. Break generational suffering. Truthful lies, say it loud, say it clear. Left the streets when you need you here. Quarters of vision, future focus, kings. Break generational suffering.
We don't profit off death. We don't clap for destruction. We here to build men.
Not Berry Boys.
Not Berry Boys.